elections. So I think it's a bit so far.
All right, I'm still on our review of the process. Arms-free Ajanaku, in your opinion, right now I believe the Ekiti people are adequately prepared for the outcome of the elections, in spite of where the pendulum will swing. What's your impression in that area, in that perspective?
Yes, so I think impression with respect to what the people would expect is that, and your correspondent has described the ambience, really well. Everyone is relaxed. There's no sense of apprehension. When people are disenfranchised, you have this tension all over the place, and so whatever the outcome is now, whoever wins or carries the day when the results eventually announced, you would discover that it will be swimming against the tide to assail the process or try to discredit the process, because ab initio the process, especially on election day, went on smoothly, no incident of violence, like we already all agree overwhelmingly. But this is not to say there were no challenges, and as we celebrate the overall outcome of this, we should keep our eyes on the ball, keep our eyes on some of the challenges that also still reared their heads. For instance, when you look at areas around strict adherence to the provisions of the Electoral Act with respect to how the accreditation process and the voting should go, CDD Election Analysis Center observers reported instances where you had polling units where people who were not authenticated by the Bimodal voter accreditation system somehow still managed to vote. Those were in small isolated cases, but we need to also still keep our eyes on those areas. Then you come to the incidents of vote buying, how you saw instances where people sold their votes. Even if you monitor some of the videos that came out of Ekiti today, there were even cases of youths who brazenly displayed the cash they were given to by politicians and were saying, we have voted and we have gotten our reward for voting in terms of the cash they collected from politicians. But the difference in Ekiti, and that is really very heartwarming, is that there was some factor of deterrence, and so you had the anti-graft agencies going after people who were engaging in those unwholesome acts. That is another thing to celebrate and to step up. So as we thumbs up INEC, as we celebrate INEC and give it the pat on the back that it truly deserves for delivering this exercise that was really very good, we should look at those challenges and also try to encourage the other stakeholders in the process, because INEC is not just the only stakeholders, but I'm very impressed by what the EFCC has done in going after people who try to undermine the credibility of the electoral process by buying votes. And we should also commend those agencies so that they can do more, so that when you are pushing the narrative from the point of view of voter education, telling people don't sell your vote, this is your opportunity to elect credible leaders, you also have a deterrence factor. Because if you don't have that deterrence factor, that factor of sanctions, ensuring people are sanctioned for bad behavior, then you're still going to have those situations in which people will try to undermine the credibility of the electoral process. But when you can also use the cow and stick approach, you do the moral suasion, and you also have the part where someone who has run afoul of the extant electoral laws is held accountable. That is how you change behavior, and this is what we are seeing in Ekiti. And also to note that democracy also ties to the other factors in our daily lives. The economy, for instance, as we speak, ASU is on strike, and so there are lots of as we observe in our pre-election statement at the CDD Election Analysis Center, that you have a lot of idle youths who will be milling around, and because some of the communities in Ekiti are university towns, the ASU strike has also paralyzed the local economy, and so many voters also saw this election as an opportunity to get something from the politician. So I think election does not just stand on its own. It stands in consonance with several other key elements of our daily lives as a people, and so we should be able to address those other key elements. Example, poverty, the economic downturn, the issues, the bread and butter issues that citizens of the country are facing. That will also strengthen or weaken their resolve to be able to go into a process like an election and decide that they want to stand on the side of principles, on the side of electing good leadership. So
thank you so much. Arms free. Now, Baba, our comrade, he's talked about poverty. This problem of vote buying. Now, would you say there hasn't been adequate voter education in terms of what has been going on there?
Yeah, we all know what vote buying and how this whole thing works. But I would like to agree with him that there are issues on ground, like rightly identified. Ekiti, by nature, it's more of a student. It has a large student population, and with what's going on around it, it's poverty in the land. So there are so many. So people will always come out to, and it's an opportunity. It's politicians, especially the crooked ones, they look at it as an opportunity to influence votes through.
So how can we rise above that particular?
Yeah, actually, we need more voters education, and also with time, I think the system will be, and there should be adequate punishment for those involved in vote buying, not just on the side of those collecting, but also on the side of the givers too.
So the political actors need to actually be sensitive to issues like this and work in tandem with INEC.
Yeah, not just the political actors, the security agents too, and everybody, all stakeholders involved. They have to, talk to people, give them reasons why vote buying will do them no good.
All right, talking about the vote buying, besides the vote buying, the issues of underage voting are not quite popular in areas like this. Looking at what you saw, was there any kind of other issues concerning accreditation and other issues before the election proper? Okay,
yeah. So let me make a very important point about the question of vote buying, so that we don't also, just before I answer this other question about the other issues in the electoral process, so that we don't also narrate, from the point of view of negativity. There were also instances in the Ekiti election where people on the line said, no, we are not taking money. In fact, if you understand, Yoruba, the vote buyers, people who were trying to induce the electorate, were using a catchphrase like Edibo, Esebe, vote and cook soup. So they were, and don't forget that Ekiti was the state that introduced stomach infrastructure to the political lexicon of Nigeria. And so when you still have that pervasive understanding that, okay, the vote has to connect to your stomach, you have to vote to cook soup and all of that, there were citizens on the ground who wanted to vote and they rejected that notion. And the videos are also going viral all over the place. And this is how you change behavior, by amplifying some of the good examples we see. So while we talk about the very bad examples of people selling their votes and all of that, we should be able to applaud where we have cases where people say, no, we want to do the right thing, we vote our conscience, we vote for credible leaders, and will not vote because we have been induced. So I think that's one element that came.
So people are actually beginning to look beyond the short-term measures.
Absolutely.
So actually provision of good governance.
Yes, absolutely. And so people are asking, using the electoral process to ask questions around good governance, because even the poverty we talk about, even the general despondency among the youths, they are not in school, universities are shut down, all of that is a question of governance. And so when those questions are addressed, then even these issues that people use as a justification for inducement would also be addressed. So that's on the one hand. The other issues which we believe at the CDD Election Analysis Center that we try to flag and reflect in the electoral process had to do more with how do you ensure inclusion in the electoral process. So people with disabilities, for example, how did they fare in the process? And so our observers, our observer data reported that in significant number of cases, you had people with disabilities struggle to be able to have that support they need to be able to vote in the process. There were cases in around 22% of the polling units that we observed where people with disability, especially people who are visually impaired, were able to have access to magnifying glasses, braille, braille voting, processes and all of that. You had those instances, but in larger numbers, you didn't have that there. So our own appeal to INEC and our own call on INEC is that some of these things that are required should be provisioned in, or should be provided in better quantity, such that you can impact a larger number of people with disabilities. Because the way the people living with disability have access to the process tells you so much about also the quality of the process, because it means that you're also thinking through how the weakest among society are able to also exercise their franchise. And I can assure you that many of these people with disability, they are so much, they are very eager to participate in the process. And so the duty is on us as advocates, as INEC, to make that process easy for them, so that they can actually have that joy of knowing they are able to participate as citizens. And another thing, maybe I should just stop here before.
Okay, yes, obviously we'll go into a lot more on that, as well as the area of the voter turnout. Maybe Comrade would like to say something about that, but we'll first take this report. The Bimodal Voter Accreditation System, the BVAS, is designed to read permanent voters' card and authenticate eligible voters at a particular polling unit. Now, in this report, Adogbeji Ojegba takes a look at the performance of the BVAS in Ekiti State governorship election, considering the challenges faced in the past.
Voter Accreditation System BVAS is deployed by INEC to ensure free, fair and credible election. Having tackled the challenges associated with the BVAS in the past, INEC deployed additional BVAS machines to areas with more than 750 registered voters. Technical assistants were also trained to intervene at short notice if there is any challenge with the
The implication is that the person is a ghost voter and the person will not be allowed to cast his or her vote.
What is the general assessment on the performance of the BVAS in June 18th Ekiti election?
The INEC officials have performed wonderfully well to my expectation. Sometimes they complain that the BVAS machines are slow. But without a doubt, this is just about, I think, 1 o'clock, if I'm not wrong. So elections are still on, and I believe everybody would be given the opportunity to exercise their franchise.
The process is okay, but they need some adjustment in some area because the machine is rejecting some people. So the machine is rejecting some people. So I will advise the INEC to put more effort where they need adjustment, that they should do the needful.
The people of Ekiti State and Nigerians are looking forward to a superlative performance of the BVAS, as it is a determinant factor in the success of subsequent election. In Ado Ekiti, Adogbeji Ojegba, NTA News.
Yeah, thank you so much for that report on the BVAS there. Well, earlier we were talking to Comrade Banawa. Of course, we've had some bit of reshuffling in our sitting arrangement. Now, Comrade, in your opinion, talking about the BVAS machine, of course, eventually they were able to get it right. Now, what would you expect moving forward in terms of ensuring that the BVAS is, almost 100% in working state?
Yeah, going forward, we expect the INEC to ensure that whatever has to do with maybe connectivity issues, and issues at the polling booth itself, should be done in such according to what just happened, this Saturday. This same model should be followed and encouraged. It will ensure that the beavers becomes a success, because if we don't get that done, it will raise a lot of doubts, in other areas. For example, if there are areas where beavers are used or another alternative method, it affects the overall credibility of the exercise. So going forward, I think it's important that INEC should train more staffs and work on their connectivity, because that was one of the major issues that we had today.
Okay, Amstree, comparatively, would you say that beavers in this election, were there improvements in the use of the beavers as against the previous elections we've had?
Absolutely. There were improvements, and from what our data shows, number one, you look at the availability of the beavers, and so we had data showing in the polling units observed, because CDD Election Analysis Center deployed 205 observers, across 16 local governments in Ekiti State. So we have a fairly representative sample of, the polling, the local governments and the polling units to be able to extrapolate and make some clear conclusions. And so from where we observed, from those areas observed, there were clearly, significant improvements in the use of the beavers. Yes, there were also not too widespread but isolated cases where there was malfunction. For instance, in Ekiti East local government, we had reports of a particular polling unit where elderly voters apparently they had their registration way back, and so they had challenges getting accredited, and in some cases some of those voters were asked to return when the system must have had optimal functionality. And we, from our center, were able to escalate some of these developments to INEC so that it could intervene. And the interesting thing again about this election, and that positive, was that where there were malfunction, INEC officials were able to move in quickly. In fact, in the cases we recorded, around 71% of those cases where there were malfunction, there was INEC response within an hour of the issue. And if you look at this election compared to say Anambra election last November, you would see that the time it took for the beavers to authenticate the details of the voters was really very short. So we put the time at an average of 2.4 minutes for the beavers to authenticate the voter, and there was also a range of between 2.4 minutes to 4 minutes. At least the most time we saw the authentication process for the beavers was around 4 minutes, which is a marked improvement from what you had in Anambra, where the beavers took around 8 minutes to authenticate the voter. So if you just imagine a long queue of voters, maybe hundreds of people on the queue, and you're using 8 minutes to authenticate one person, so there's a vast improvement on the process. But our own reason for saying let there be cautious optimism is, how do you sustain these gains going forward? How do you ensure, for instance, you're even able to push down the accreditation time for beavers to even 1 minute? You just put the card in there, do the authentication, and everything goes smoothly. So we, as we celebrate this modest, very modest achievement, we want to also put our eyes on the ball and say, 2023, you'll be up against a bigger task. How do you ensure these gains are sustained going forward?
Okay, yes, let us take a look at voter turnout. To what extent has INEC been able to promote citizens' access and participation in the exercise? Comrade Babanawa.
Yeah, INEC sensitizing people to come out they did an excellent job, but other than that, people have reasons to come out to vote because the period right now, people want to, get their voices heard. So people came out this time around to make sure that and I'm impressed because if you look at the different centers, a lot of the voter turnout was quite impressive, and you can see that the patience, the orderliness, and everything, it's just worked out so well that it's giving us cause to have this.
Precisely. So you have said it, and looking at the issue, citizens' access, participation in the exercise, voter turnout, what's your own view on that?
Yes, so I think INEC gets saddled with a lot. Yes, INEC has a role to play in voter education, mobilizing the voters, get out the vote efforts. Civil society organizations, we're also doing our part in that regard, speaking to the citizens, engaging at the grassroots to get out the votes. But the fundamental question is, who, in quotes, is the biggest beneficiary of people coming out to vote? It's the political parties. And so this is why the political parties would have to take this responsibility a lot more seriously. They should forget about this whole idea of trying to induce voters, engage in very funny rhetoric, pre-election, model up the whole space as a way of winning advantage. They should go to the voters because ultimately they are the ones presenting candidates that want to use the political process to get access to political power, and so they should do more. I would say that if you look at the elections in Ekiti, I think we should give more of the credit, like my Mr. Bonawa just mentioned, to the people, because we are also seeing a resolve of the people to come out and get their voices heard. But if we are to assess the role ordinarily that the political parties should be playing, they are not they're not playing that role very well. And one way they can play that role is to stick to issues, debate the issues of governance, and come forward with constructive ideas on how you intend to govern, because the electoral process is not an end in itself. It's a means to the end of quality governance. And so if you're not even ready to talk about governance ab initio, or you're just the political party just want to just ride roughshod and go to the polls however they want to do it, make some budgets to buy votes, and then get some undue advantage at the end of the day, that will not develop democracy. So we should push the political parties, and in pushing the political parties, we should also encourage Nigerians not to just sit back and watch the process. They should also go into these parties. If you think a party is small, if you move in there in mass, if you organize yourself and move in there in mass, that party will become relevant. It's just like what's happening in one of the political parties now that the youth are talking about. So that party has suddenly become a force to reckon with in the. So these are some of the things that we believe that would radically alter the configuration in terms of how people participate in the electoral process, and by extension the political process.
Okay, now we've heard of heavy rains in part of Ekiti State, and the difficulty of bringing in materials to the center for collation. Now, how long do you think this process of collation will go on for?
Yeah, since elections after 2:30, it's assumed the elections come to an end in some areas, and now bringing all the collation centers, you find out that I think it's there are no crisis or through major crisis. It's time now to collate. So I think before noon tomorrow, a winner should emerge, without issues.
Anything to add to that? It's been heavy rains in Ekiti, in some parts of Ekiti, of course. And our reporter earlier on talked about difficulty in bringing the materials to the collation center.
Yes. So I think the only point I'll make on that is that probably we're talking about showers of blessing, because the process has gone on very smoothly, and even the elements are in agreement with how the process has played out, and so democracy, I would say, also depends on infrastructure. Just like you and I would need a road to travel, we need a train to get to other parts of the country, and so democracy really needs to deliver on those aspects. So if the roads are good, there's no fear of security problems and all of that. Yeah, even if it rains, the delay will not be much. But when it rains in a situation where the roads are terrible, and to commute down to where the results will be declared, that also becomes a challenge. But good enough also, technology is also helping to address some of these challenges. Yeah, one of the innovations that INEC has brought into the electoral process is what is called the IREV, the result viewing portal, which as we speak, substantial amount of the results have actually gotten there, and from there you can already see the parties the parties that are in the lead from the votes that have been collected so far. So I think that also helps solve the problem that it doesn't have to it doesn't have to be a human-led process all through. You are also using digital technology to bridge some of those challenges, and these are key aspects that we should think through going forward in terms of how we strengthen that and make that become a permanent feature of our electoral process.
All right, gentlemen, very quickly we will take one report next, and that's the election at Edo. Okay, we'll go back to that report much later. Now, earlier we'll be talking about voter turnout. Let's glance back and assess other inadequacies and other successes, as the case may be, in the entire gamut of the election process.
Yeah, if you look at Ekiti, largely it has sort of rural settlements, and for INEC officials penetrating down to the rural areas, kind of it comes with its own challenges. But we are glad that all of that has been tackled one way or other. The most important thing is for the process to move smoothly and to ensure that there's little rancor by the time results are out. When I mean little rancor, in case of judicial issues, due to one party claiming that another that they've been rigged out. So from what we have so far, I think most parties they'll take the results soon and accept what they have.
Okay, what's your own opinion in that area now?
Yes, so I think absolutely the way the process has unfolded, we should have cause to believe that we would have a stable transition, and in fact this process has laid the foundation for whoever carries the day to come in and hit the ground running, because we believe that a process that is as straightforward as this, although politicians, they thrive on controversy, especially in the Nigerian context, they want to squeeze all means to be able to ensure that the pendulum swings their way. But in most cases, a process as smooth as this would definitely you see a spirit of sportsmanship prevailing. The other point to note is that, and this is a global perspective, democracy all across the world is challenged. It's not just in Nigeria. You have this challenge, and that's why sometimes, is it at the beginning of this year or last year, President Joe Biden convened what they call the Summit for Democracy. That was to look at the fact that democracy was experiencing very serious challenges across the globe, and to call on democratic nations to do more to sustain this system of government of the people, for the people and by the people. So I would say, going forward, it's not like our democratic process would all be all hunky-dory and will not have these challenges, but the people of Nigeria, despite all the challenges of democracy 2 decades after democracy has not really delivered on good governance, but the people of Nigeria still have that optimism that democracy is a vehicle for our national development, and so the people remain irrevocably committed to it. And that is why we can celebrate, what has transpired in Ekiti, and we can look forward with hope that this would become a template for the credibility of the electoral process, and would give back to the recruitment of credible, focused and dedicated leaders that will put the interest of this country at heart, and ensure that our youths are no longer going to be taking the route of becoming refugees in other parts of the world. So this is what democracy should do in the long run.
Okay, now let's quickly take a look at this issue of security. Let's assess the security in Ekiti State as the elections were underway. Issues of ballot box snatching, thuggery and intimidation. Now, how effective were the security agencies in dealing with such issues?
Yes, so they're apparently very effective, and even though some of us in civil society also have reservations about too much deployment, yes, you need to deploy to secure the electoral space so that troublemakers don't take advantage of lack of presence. But you see, the fact that the Ekiti State election,
the deployments were not necessarily in the areas where the voting were
yes, not necessarily. The strategy was good, but we also want to come to a point in an electoral process where when an election is coming, it's not like some extraordinary event that requires so many. Yeah, we agree that at the point we are in now, given the challenges in the country, you need to secure the space. But part of the improvement we will see is that these processes go on seamlessly. You don't have to send 50,000 policemen, to take over, the state because of an election. In other parts of the world where we want to copy democracy from, an election can be going on, people would, be shocked. Talking about the conduct of security, the reports we also got was very good doses of professionalism. The security agencies deployed were courteous, they were polite, they interacted well, and they did not scare voters from coming out. So kudos to them for that. I think sometimes we take these things for granted, but if they act the other way, if they act in a way that undermines the process, we'll be quick to jump at them and slam them for undermining the process. But in this case, they have delivered, they have done their job, and we believe that they should be commended for that. And more importantly, the anti-graft agencies deserve a lot of commendation for even creating that small fear factor for those who want to induce voters. I mean, in other elections, we just see this inducement happen, we only lament, nothing happens, we call for arrest, nothing happens. But in this election, at least there will be some people who will be used to show an example of what should not be condoned in the process.
Okay, we talked about the security situation. Of course, the Security and the Civil Defense Corps providing over 9,000 officers and other security agencies with just 2,445 polling units. Now, is that an overkill?
Yeah, actually, elections like this, especially elections that are done off season, so mostly have this element of violence to it, especially politicians trying to be desperate, and trying to bend the rules. And sometimes there are reports of how security agents even aid these some crooked political agents to get. But the this Ekiti elections 2022, the security has been quite, adequate when it comes to doing their jobs, and to be fair, the EFCC, they try to put people on their toes, so that it will not be a free for all vote buying. It's not as if it's going to be free of vote buying. Yes, there will be cases of vote buying here and there, but with what they put on ground, at least the idea is to minimize it to bring it to the barest minimum, and I think they deserve a pat on the back for that.
Thank you so much, comrade. Let's quickly take this report on the security situation. The coordinating chief of security Ekiti State governorship election, Deputy Inspector General of Police Johnson Kokumo, led other service chiefs from the various formations in the state on an on-the-spot assessment of the election. The security chiefs visited some polling units within the state capital. Adogbeji Ojegba was on the entourage and now reports.
Teams, including the Army, Police, Immigration and the Federal Road Safety Commission, visited flashpoints to ascertain the threat levels at those polling units. Areas visited includes Bashiru area in Ado-Ekiti, Ajilosun and Ikere-Ekiti, where the Deputy Inspector General had a brief chat with the people. At the end of the tour, the Deputy Inspector General Johnson Kokumo had a press briefing where he bared his mind on the security situation about the general conduct of the election.
We have adequate number of policemen on the ground to provide security for lives and property, to provide security for INEC officials, and of course to provide security for the electorates.
As the collation and counting continues, the security attention shifts to INEC state headquarters. Meanwhile, security agents have been posted to strategic areas for breach of peace. In Ado-Ekiti, Adogbeji Ojegba, NTA News.
Thank you, Adogbeji. Now, the June 18 governorship election in Ekiti State has been adjudged as generally peaceful and orderly. Temitope Odebumi gives us a general appraisal of the exercise.
The eagerness of the people of Ekiti State to go to the polls to elect the governor that will govern the affair of the state for another 4 years could be visible on their faces as they are gathered around to exercise their franchise. Electorates conducted themselves in an orderly manner and the exercise was smooth as several polling units visited in Ifaki Ekiti, Ido Ekiti, Ora Ekiti, Igogo Ekiti and Otu Ekiti, except for few places where the electorate complained that the accreditation process with the Bimodal accreditation system was slow, but it was later rectified. Some of the voters applauded the conduct of the election.
The voting process was okay. It was peaceful. We have finished voting. It remains counting now. We thank God everything went peacefully.
I come here very early so that because of corruption, so that I will look my name, then I vote, I go back in time without wasting my time.
I cannot assess the totality of election from just coming to the polling unit and voting. I have performed my civic responsibility, but I see it was orderly.
The aged, nursing mothers, people living with disabilities participated in the process and were given priority. Sorting and counting of votes were ongoing at the time of filing this report, with people eagerly waiting for the announcement of results by the electoral umpire. In Ado-Ekiti, Tayo Osho, NTA News.
Thank you, Tayo. Now, with the conduct of governorship election in Ekiti State, collation of results are ongoing as the people of the state are eagerly awaiting the outcome. Ayodeji Ogunshakin, who monitored the exercise in some towns and communities in Ikole and Ekiti East local government areas, reports that the situation was relatively peaceful, but there were mixed feelings on the usage of the bimodal voter authentication system, the BVAS.
Of election materials by the officials from the polling points, accompanied by security agents, signaling the end of the voting exercise. It was a large turnout of electors to impress their tongues on the ballots to decide the fate of who occupies the seat of power in the state among the 16 governorship candidates.
They are attending to us very well, especially the people that is nursing baby.
The electors have been conducting themselves orderly.
Fair election. There is no fight and there is no quarrel.
Among the unique features and value added to the election is the use of Bimodal voter authentication system (BVAS), a new technology innovation deployed. While acknowledging the usage of BVAS, electorates want the election management body INEC to improve on its functionality.
They are facing the counting machine problems.
This BVAS give people a lot of options. If your finger would not be taken, your facial something will be captured.
Another 4 years into it, or processes that are ongoing, it will get better.
For us to have a clean election, so it's a good one.
The process is okay, but we need some adjustment in some area.
Meanwhile, the by-election to Ekiti East Constituency 1 was conducted at the various polling units in Omo and Isibode Ekiti over the demise of the lawmaker who represented the constituency. Ekiti people are eagerly waiting for the announcement of the results in Ado Ekiti. Ayode Jogunshaki, NTA News.
Thank you so much, Ayodeji Ogunshaki. We're back here in the studio, and I still have my guest here. Now, let's look at stability of the democracy as a key to positive political culture and good governance. Let's focus attention on the conduct of campaigns. We did see less of use of vile language and hate speeches in these particular campaigns.
Yes. So the first thing, the reports, it's like the report is mirroring the data or the outcome of some of our observations. Those kinds of positive citizens who are saying, yes, the process had some hitches, but we believe in it. Give us a little more time. This process is going to be fantastic. It's going to improve. That is how you want to sustain democracy, because the citizens are the bedrock of any democratic process. Remove the citizens, that is not a democratic process. To just more or less be a smokescreen for authoritarianism or dictatorship or whatever. So this is the first thing. You are able to see through that confidence level, that level of belief, and that's how you sustain democracy, because sustaining democracy is not a top bottom thing. It's getting the people to believe that the process can work in their interest. They can use it to determine leadership, and they can use it to ensure that the social issues they face, the everyday issues confronting them, the democratic process can address it. Having said that, I think all of us are stakeholders. Whether you talk about the media, you talk about civil society, you talk about the press, you talk about all the stakeholders which constitute the pillars of the democratic process, must also think of re-energizing themselves, in committing to this process. If you look at 1999 to date, it's just over 2 decades, and there is still a lot for Nigeria to cover. So while the challenges are apparent, we believe that more outings like this would definitely solve that point you raised about institutionalizing democracy, ensuring it brings about good governance, and ensuring that it is sustained in the long run. Yeah.
Okay, now, comrade, stability of democracy is the key word. And looking at the Ekiti elections, are we getting it right?
Yeah, it will not be out of place to say yes. It's a great departure from the past, and going with the new technology, the BVAS, it has reduced the time, because what we knew before is a long queue and waiting for the people to get accredited, and the time. So you find out that at the end of the day, you spend almost the whole day in the process. But with this, and especially if there's further improvement on this, I think we should we're on our way to achieving a stable democracy. Also, citizen involvement in democracy, I think it's the major thing, because without the citizens there will be no democracy. So if the citizens are carried along and given the confidence to contribute their part to them, I think we're on the path to sustaining democracy in Nigeria.
I think we just be good to add, because when you talk about stability of democracy, you also have to identify what are the agents of instability that we have experienced so far. And so we will see that the political actors have been one of, in fact, 80% of the instability we see in the process can be credited to them. They are the ones who, for instance, in elections where thuggery, ballot snatching, violence and all of that, it is the political actors who are responsible for that. So the question is, how do we entrench democratic accountability? Because that's one of the ways you can get the political actors to act in the common interest and not just for narrow partisan interest. In fact, in the Constitution, there's a section, I think section 29 something in the Constitution, that talks about political parties that support violence. There are consequences for all of these, and so issues like electoral offenses, people who commit these electoral offenses, how well are we holding them accountable? Because this is also how you create the brick and mortar to build democracy. Because if you allow political actors to just do whatever they like, they're not being. Now take a look at the question of campaign finance. We saw what happened in the political parties primaries. There was brazen vote buying, and so you want to expect a political actor who bought votes in a primary election not to buy in a general election. So it's just a logical sequence. People, in fact, the primaries of some of the dominant parties, the narrative was dollar rain, naira rain. So if the primaries is about dollar and naira rain, you would expect they would take the same attitude into the general elections. So, and the Electoral Act actually has thresholds, campaign finance threshold. And for me, I look at what the parties did in the course of the primaries, and I say they have even outrun the thresholds that is provided by law. Because for me, the party primary process is part of the election. So you cannot separate it from the fact that it's when you finish the party primary process, you go into an election. So the campaign finance discussion should connect what's happening in the party primary process to what's happening in the general election. And so if the kind of humongous amounts, in fact, we saw a delegate taking the money he made, a delegate from Kaduna State, he took the money he made from the primary process to go and he went to redistribute the wealth in his community. And if you see the amounts involved, you now imagine that amount times the number of delegates who participated in the process, you can see that campaign finance violation is another thing on its own that we are not, in fact, it's a monster on its own that we are not talking about.
Okay. Yeah. So what should we do? What should the regulatory authorities be doing in terms of this violation of campaign finances?
I think the authorities, I think they should be strict in trying to ensure that politicians comply with. However, politicians they have a way of always out maneuvering the system. Like he rightly identified, just look at the primaries and how it was monetized. You find out that most people, ill-informed voters, now they are waiting for their own part of the cake, which to a large extent it will be dished out to them. So the authorities now, it's time for them to look at to be very strict using this equity model, to fight against vote buying, because without that being done, we end up, coming back to the same circle, producing people that are way below our democratic mark.
Okay, we have described democracy as the best form of governance, with many saying that Nigeria's brand has been a steadily progressive journey. But what can we do in this area of regulating finances violation in the elections?
Yes. So just a word, and by way of looking at how citizens narrated. I mean, if you go on social media, what are people saying? Even the cartoons in the newspaper. You had children saying, if you ask them what do you want to be in future, some will say, I'm a delegate. I want to be a delegate. You had people, saying, in fact, delegates, or delegatology, in quotes now, should be introduced as a course. That's to tell you how humongous the amounts, those delegates walked away with, and the effect it had on citizens, and that's instituting a bad culture. Yes, money is part of politics all over the world. Even in the United States, which is the bastion of world democracy, they have big donors. People donate to what they call political action committees. So all over the world, you can't separate money and politics. But what they have been able to do in those jurisdictions is to be able to create those thresholds and enforce those thresholds. So INEC, for instance, I expect that INEC should be able to push a little more with respect to campaign finance. The Electoral Act has provisions wherein INEC, is supposed to audit the political parties.
So they must take another look at the legal framework.
Absolutely. In fact, the laws are already there. If INEC just starts the process of saying, okay, the political parties, what is let's see your books. That is a clear signal. I'm not saying INEC will do everything overnight, but you must begin to send the signal that, using dark money, because these monies are dark monies, you don't know where these monies are coming from. In fact, those amounts we're talking about did not pass through the banking system. These were just clear. People go to BDCs, bureau de change, and pick up dollars and start using it to. So for me, those are dark monies in the political system. So, and in a country where you're talking about terrorism, who's financing terrorism? If you allow that to happen, you can as well, kiss the goal of reforming the system goodbye, because the people who have the muscle of money would always undermine the system to their own advantage. And the final point I want to make on that is that there are segments of our country, there are subsets, of the population, like people living with disabilities, the youth. Like if you look at Ekiti now, you could hardly find any youth in the list of people contesting. There were more of. So if you are selling a form for 100 million, you have created a culture in which you have to bribe all the delegates. How can a youth present himself for elective position? So we must be able to discuss those issues, push those who should act on them to act on them, so that we can begin to open up the space, not just to say people should vote, but can the people even vote for themselves, people who look like them, a youth, somebody who's like yourself, myself. Can we come out in future and say, with this kind of system, we want to present ourselves for public office, even if we have something germane to contribute to the development of our country through the political process.
Okay, let's take another quick look at the involvement of youths in the Ekiti elections, the issue of apathy, the issue of inactive citizenry. What's your assessment on that?
Yes, I must commend the Ekiti youths. They came out in numbers today, although we saw one or two videos that went viral where youths were playing soccer and doing some other activities when they're supposed to be at the polling centers. But the way they were all sensitized into trying to make a difference by ensuring that their vote counts, it's something very encouraging. I must commend the youths. I hope they'll be able to send the same shivers down the spine of the other Nigerian youths when the time for the general election comes, because we have to encourage the youths to come out. Not just the youths, those that even the elderly too. We should be able to look for an avenue where their votes too will matter, because those are the things that in any political process, those contributions from everybody, from the citizenry generally, improves every democratic process.
Okay, let's again focus attention on key challenges in the elections, impact of electoral violence as hindrance to advancement of democracy. Now, what's your assessment in that area?
Yeah, so even though not in Ekiti, because like we all agreed, it was largely peaceful process. I think if you look at impact of electoral violence, especially in past elections, you see that the constituency it affects the most are women voters. Because once a woman would hear that, okay, there's violence in the place, she can't maybe go to the polling unit to vote. So and the youth will be the ones the political actors would use to foment the violence, because the political actors don't actually go to foment the violence themselves. They recruit energetic youths, able-bodied youths that can carry out those violent agenda. So those are key constituencies we need to look at. I think we also, and the message is also sinking, where youth are beginning to also realize that the political actors who ask them to perpetrate violence actually don't have their children doing what they're asking the youth to do. And so I think that's also instituted some corrective measures into the system. But beyond that, how do we then like we were discussing earlier, how do we get the youth not to just be voters, supporters, clapping for other politicians, but they also should be in the space, should be able to participate. How do we also ask, how do we also push for women participation, get women to also participate in the process? Because this is how you also mitigate the risks of violence if people participate massively. The political actors who have the wrong intentions would be restrained in terms of carrying out those intentions if they see massive participation of these key demographics we're talking about. And so I would like to encourage young people to take advantage. Like I mentioned earlier, don't say a party is a small party. Okay, it has to be the two dominant parties. There are many parties that you can move in there with your friends, move in there with your colleagues, and push and make things happen. And the whole idea of many youth thinking, okay, let me start with the presidency. They can start from the local government. They can start with House of Assembly, even if one probably in quotes unknown political party wins a state assembly, a state constituency. That is a big win for that party, and it could use that to demonstrate what it can do in governance, and that becomes a rallying point for the party. So beyond voter education, essentially, I think because voter education is different from political education, we should also be able to integrate it to ensure that we're not just saying people should vote. Those people who are saying they should vote, they also have ideas they can contribute to governance. So we should also encourage them to participate in the political process. For instance, the data from our observation in Ekiti showed that in terms of INEC deployment, there was quality gender representation. In women participated in the electoral process. In fact, our observers reported a case of 8 polling units where all the poll officials were women. That is robust participation of women in the electoral process. In fact, in other polling units that were reported, among the ones that our observers, CDD, EAC observers collected data from, you had men and women also in those polling units. So at the level of INEC, gender participation in the election, we have to also give them thumbs up, because it shows that the gender policy of INEC is also working, and they are creating some form of whether you want to call it affirmative action, or you want to call it integrating women into the process. That is happening, and it's something to be proud about. as a country. But how we then translate that to ensure that the political parties are also doing the same, is something, a conversation we must continue to push.
All right. Have there been major key players who would have swayed possibly the votes to some specific areas? Ekiti State being a state with so many notable figures and indigents. Of course, you had the first executive governor, Niyi Adebayo, and also legal icon, Afe Babalola, and so many other indigents and citizens of Ekiti State. Would you say they were they significantly affected the swaying voter to a particular?
Definitely. In any political space, there are people that are bound to sway votes due to maybe their influence on the society, on that particular space, or maybe their influence could be financial, it could be intellectual. So there are people that always they are key players when it comes to elections. They could be former political office holders. They could even be vibrant youths that,
the governor, for instance, the former governor from the political party.
Yes. So former governor. Don't forget that the former governor also participating in this.
From the Socio-economic.
Yes. So I think it has to really. Yes, elections can be influenced by people, but it doesn't have to be the money bags. And even there are some youths that really, have done their part in this very election, and they've been able to move a certain, maybe those that belong to their group, they can also influence them to make a particular political decision.
Okay, some have said it is a three-horse race, the APC, the PDP, the SDP. Are we waving aside the other political parties in this contest?
No, we're not waving aside the other political parties. But the race, even in our pre-election briefing at the CDD Election Analysis Center, we projected this to be a three-horse race between the All Progressive Congress, the Opposition People's Democratic Party, and also the Social Democratic Party. And the question around the influence of individuals you raised earlier came to play there in terms of discussions around the power of incumbency and the history of how elections have played out in the state in the past. Ekiti State is not a state that is known to reward incumbents with a direct, second term. And so we saw in the current governor in the election he had with he contested against Governor Ayo Fayose, got defeated across 16 local governments, at the time, and that was the time that he was a sitting governor. So I think those were some of the facts that actually played into this whole discussion around. You talk about Governor Fayose. So some people have argued that some of the contestants we are seeing in the race are actually proxies of these bigger boys or bigger players, and so it's actually a direct contest between these big players, and which was why part of our projection was this clash of the titans, if you put it in that way, also had risks for violence, because you definitely have and also had the factor of possibility of abuse of incumbency powers, which we also flagged as something to watch out for. Use of state resources for campaigning, use of state monies to so those were things we called for vigilance over, and good enough we have not seen much of that play out, at least not openly in the process. And so we think the three-horse race theory still stands very valid, and the other parties, we are not writing them off. because the beauty of democracy again is that it's a rowdy process. Democracy is rowdy, so you just have to, even if some of the parties will not have their way, it's good you allow them participate in the process to test, the extent to which they are acceptable to the voters, and that way democracy creates that space for everyone to breathe, even if everyone would not become the carrier of the day, in the end. So I think what we have seen is it's a beautiful at the level of the contest. It's beautiful, and our fears initially that some of these projections could be a recipe for violence, those fears have been allayed, the way we saw the process. But it's not yet time to just celebrate and go on celebrating, because the collation and the counting collation, like we see, sometimes can also be problematic. So, and if you don't have drama all through this process, we just also pray and hope that it also goes where, at the point of collation, and eventually we'll get a winner, and the people of Ekiti can turn the next chapter in terms of their democratic journey.
Okay, Comrade Babanawa, testing the waters, is it a 3-horse race, or are we waving aside the other political parties?
Yeah, this is a multi-party democracy.
No springing of surprises.
Well, I don't see surprises springing up from one of those parties that are not part of the 3-horse race thing. I'm impressed with the performance of the SDP, because it's also, we refer them to as, it's part of those mushroom parties.
Are they living up to the third force?
Yeah, in the state, trying to slug it out with the major parties. It's very encouraging, because with something like that, to also encourage others to come into the process the next time Ekiti will be deciding again in maybe 4 years' time. So it's a win-win thing for everybody, because election is not all about victory, it's all about participation, and I think it's a good one for them.
If I said that in elections you win or you learn,
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, now Armstrong, the composition of the candidates from the various the 3 major political parties and their deputies, assessing their strengths, and what do you have to say?
Yes, as a civil society activist, I will not be too disposed to making comparison in terms of the candidates. I can only do a general overview, in order not to be seen as partisan. So I think the analysis we did more focused basically on some of the power structures within the state, power structures in terms of the people who wield influence, the history of past elections.
Not an incumbency per se, but the government in power.
Yes, and all of those things. So, but we didn't drill down to the details, of the individuals, whether this is more competent than the other. We have to also project the not just to be seen as being non-partisan, because our work is for the electorate, is for the Nigerian people, so we don't want a situation in which a party will say, okay, we prefer a candidate and all of that. So we didn't go into the personalities of the contestants, but we just were able to do some analysis around the fact that, okay, this is a party of the governor, this is a party of a former governor, and we just left it at that.
Okay, now quickly, let us look at antecedents, the records, the achievements, the ideologies, and even the manifesto of these parties. What have they really brought to bear?
Well, these parties have been the major parties. The APC, they've had their day in Ekiti, the PDP too. I think the Ekiti people, they know what both parties have to offer, but the Alliance for Democracy and even the SDP too, to a large extent, their candidate
as a former governor,
so I think the Ekiti people, they know what they are out for. they've tested. We've had a fair share from the three persons standing, really, not just the party. So I think they know what each and every one of them represents. So it's a good thing for us to allow the Ekiti people to have their say.
All right. In terms of as a civil society person, has there been much of ideology and manifestos to actually convince the people of what they actually represent?
So still, this is where we've also expressed worry that our political process is not ingraining the issues facing the everyday citizens enough into the process. And so the campaign period, we didn't see very strong conversations, for example, on issues like unemployment, on issues like infrastructure, health, education, some of those things that every state would require to be able to compete, not just within Nigeria, but to say, okay, Ekiti, we didn't see people, the political actors discussing what is Ekiti comparative advantage. Is it just, going to perpetually depend on federal allocations? What are the ideas on agriculture, for instance, which is a massive area of potential for so those conversations did not come through strongly in the elections, and that was a source of worry. And we're also concerned about the fact that, like I mentioned earlier, Ekiti is a state that brought stomach infrastructure into Nigeria's political lexicon, and stomach infrastructure for me is a byword for vote buying. Because I understand the need for empowerment, but if a political actor is so brazen in saying, okay, there is a connection between the vote and the stomach, and makes that a mainstream message for citizens in the state to embrace, becomes a source of concern. So we were watching closely, and when we saw the extent of vote buying in this election, we said, okay, compared to a state that had this as a guiding philosophy of one of the candidates, we thought, okay, the situation was not that bad this time around. There were still pockets of those anomalies of vote buying, but the scale on which we were scared. And there was even an analysis that one of the parties, when they were in government, they tried to do projects, infrastructure, and all of that. But when they got rejected on the basis of stomach infrastructure, and they now came back again, they said, "Well, we're not doing anything. We're not going to do infrastructure that would become the basis for our people to." So we just managed to get by, and that's also one of the issues that came up in the discussions. But by and large, we think in subsequent elections, we hope that the Osun election, which is in July, would be more the political actors will be more forthcoming on the issues, and possibly because the debates normally come very close to the election, so there's really not a lot of time to canvass the issues properly. We are hopeful that the political actors in Osun will begin to engage the issues, because the only way you do that you can encourage the citizens and show them that there's a connection between voting and delivering on good governance.
Yeah, we're actually seeing the visuals here of the INEC ongoing collation, and still hours away before the unveiling of a governor for Ekiti State. Now, let's look at the conduct of the INEC officials, the ad hoc staff during the elections.
Yeah, they've been doing well. In fact, I'm impressed with the NYC people there. They've been doing a very great job, and also I must commend the security operatives for providing an enabling environment for them to work. You can see the enthusiasm in them. You can see they're trying to make an impact and to deliver on a credible election. So the ad hoc staffs and they, so far so good. It's a good one for them.
So how free were observers in monitoring the exercise and in the various polling areas?
Absolutely. I think I would say again that this exercise in Ekiti really brought out the good in us. And if we benchmark this election, it was one in which all the stakeholders, everyone has one positive thing or the other to say, including the election observers. And don't also forget that as observers of the process, we also synergize. We also had a very robust basis for synergy. For instance, we were in touch with other situation rooms of other civil society organizations. The CDD Election Analysis Center linked up with other situation rooms. There was a women's situation room. There was the situation room of Stop Violence Against women. There was a situation room of Clean Foundation, which was looking at the security sector. What's happening with the security sector during the election. There was a situation room of Yaga, which is running a parallel vote tabulation, using the methodology. So you could see that there was a diversity of observers, and from all these observers, none had any report of observers being harassed, observers being arbitrarily arrested, and so the observers were able to do their job unfettered. They had access to the polling area, and were able to collect and document, and that was why some of the information we were able to get, and which we put out in our reviewer statements. As a matter of fact, we released a first preliminary statement at 12 o'clock today, and also at about 4:30 we released a second preliminary statement, which was an update. All of these collation of this data came from observers working around the clock, stationed in across polling units across the 16 local governments. And so that's another commendable thing to note. It's pertinent that we also give thumbs up, first of all, to INEC for accrediting these observers, because the observers sometimes are confused as monitors, but they are not monitors. They only go in there to observe the process. It's actually INEC that has the monitoring power, because monitors can actually intervene in the process if something goes wrong. So observers are just there to document what they see and leave, and not interfere with the process. And so within that context, it was a fantastic outing, and everybody so far has been safe and has been sound.
Okay. Now, Nigeria's democratic experience and electoral process has, of course, continued to be a reference for other African countries and even beyond the continent. And we're seeing this playing out here in Ekiti State, where all has been going on quite smoothly, and so far so good.
Yeah, Nigeria has the largest democracy in Africa, and as such, all eyes will be on Nigeria to see, because if Nigeria's democracy fails, it portends a very bad omen for democracy in Africa generally. So, Nigeria, I believe the INEC understands these things are at stake, so they've been putting in their best to ensure that we stand out, on our democratic journey. So far, it's not as if it has been so smooth for Nigeria, but if you look at it critically, it's all about it has been improving year and after, So we believe that with the forthcoming general elections in 2023, if this equity template can be also used. Obviously, it's a more larger space now. Perhaps 774 local governments to do. But I think if they can even replicate kind of 70% of what the Nigerians would, I think they will take the outcome.
Thank you, Comrade Babanawa, for that insight in there. Now, sometimes you hear predictions of chaos, you hear predictions of bloodletting expected to attend elections, but in this case, the Ekiti people have proved people wrong in that perspective. Amsri, how do you see this?
Yeah, so we think, yes, there's always this notion that sometimes those predictions are alarmist and doomsday prophecy, but I would like to say that some of those sometimes you need to raise alarm of an impending doom or catastrophe, so that you put the people who are concerned, who have that responsibility, to avert it. And so even some of those alarms also come from civil society. Sometimes we look at the trends, look at the history, and say there is a possibility of this, and that is it's called early warning. So we provide some sort of early warning to the responsible authorities to remind them that this state has history, and truly Ekiti state had very long history of violent elections, electoral contestations. As a matter of fact, the election between Fayemi and those who run elections, way back, they were not really good things to write home about. And so when we have that discussion around Nigeria democracy, how the outside world sees us and all of that, Nigeria democracy, I believe, should be a model for many of our partners and friends, not just across the African continent, but in many other parts of the world. And so each time Nigeria makes mistakes or engages in some missteps, it reverberates, because Nigeria is a goldfish. Nigeria, as a Nigerian, there are so many countries that are looking up to us, as giving the enormous human resources. I'm not talking about natural resources, but the human resource base of this country. Is it our population? Is it the immense talent and energy of our people? So the world expects more from us than we have offered, and that's the sense in which Nigeria comes under a lot of scrutiny, because the world thinks we should do better, and ordinarily we should be doing better than we are coming from a history around like the 2007 elections, where we could not even put together a voter register. We had the likes of Mike Tyson in our voter register. We had some very funny foreign names featuring our voter register, but the process has incrementally improved. You had the introduction of technology under Professor Atahiru Jega, the card reader. So incrementally we are beginning to get it right. And 2015 election that brought in President Muhammadu Buhari was historic, was a watershed, because it changed the narrative of the political trajectory of our country. And so coming from 2015, remember when 2015 happened, Nigerians all over the world at airports were being celebrated. The world was like, this bad guy in the class has finally found a new leaf. And so, but in 2019 we saw some form of regression, and now then we moved on from that to start seeing incidents of inconclusive elections. But Ekiti has somehow turned that page, and that's why many of us who understand how we've gotten to where we are celebrating cautiously, hoping that those gains will be sustained. We can take those gains, take the lessons learned from here into the electoral process for the 2015 general elections, and truly give the people the power, put the power in the hands of the people to do the leadership recruitment, for our country.
Okay. Comrade Babanawa, in past elections we saw the introduction of a signing of a peace pact by candidates. Now, should that be sustained in all our elections?
Yeah, I think it should be sustained because without this peace pact, it gives supporters of these major contestants, gives their supporters the room to perpetrate violence, especially amongst themselves. But if there's a peace pact among the major contestants, at least they'll take home the message to their supporters and they'll pipe low when it comes to getting violence blown out of proportion. Although this is Nigeria, we can't totally eradicate violence from the system, but it can be reduced to the barest minimum. So the peace pact is a welcome development and it should be sustained.
Okay, the peace pact. Anything to add?
Yeah, so it's an important innovation which civil society, some other statesmen, at the presidential level, for instance, you have the National Peace Committee of General Abdul Salam Abubakar with other interfaith leaders, coming together to get presidential aspirants to commit to a process to ensure peace, and not just in their personal capacities as candidates, but to also translate that message of peace to their supporters across the board. At the state level too, we have been seeing that innovation, which we believe has added value to the process, at least at the level of commitment to peace. But I also have this understanding that the Nigerian version of the politician is also very slippery, because we've also had situations in which politicians commit to the peace process on paper. That means in the letters of the peace process, but the spirit of the peace process is also not dwelling in them, and so they still go around and foment or incite their supporters to foment trouble. I think that's where, because the peace process is a tool of moral suasion. That means you are persuading someone to act in a certain way. But we also have the tools of coercion, which is a tool the state wields. So if a politician makes an inflammatory comment, tries to incite supporters to violence and all of that, he should be held accountable. It's a simple thing. And so I don't like this idea that, okay, let's just depend on pleading and begging. You need to also be able to bring the other side of pushing the political actors to know that, okay, if you act contrary to the acceptable norms, there will be consequences for that. The moment our political actors get this, I think all this whole trouble around violence being perpetrated in elections will just melt away. But it is that whole impunity that, okay, I will do this, I'll get away with it. That's what is fueling the violence, and I think that needs to be addressed.
Okay, now the peace pact definitely must be followed by the INEC's commitment to maintaining positive democratic culture for transparent elections. If not, the entire signing of a peace pact may not actually be useful.
Yes, absolutely. So if you look at the current INEC, and in fact INEC since Professor Jega, one thing you can't take away from the commission is that it has actually moved closer to that I in its name, independence. It has moved towards projecting that. There was a time in the past where people wondered if INEC was an appendage of the ruling party in this country, but we have turned that page, and INEC has acted a lot more with integrity. Yeah, there are still internal contradictions. Those internal contradictions would not, there are things that will be resolved in one day. I think incrementally INEC is showing that, and the political actors, I believe, should take a lot more confidence from the way INEC has moved. For instance, if you look at the 2019 election in a state like Zamfara, the ruling party was disqualified from contesting because they meet certain criteria. That's a modicum of independence, that a ruling party candidate could not go on the ballot because he didn't meet certain processes. So INEC has been able to do it across the board and show that it is fair and impartial. And so political actors that are committing to the peace process should be able to take confidence from that in also ensuring they do their own part in restraining their supporters, not engaging in rhetoric that would incite people to violence, and those kinds of clear practical things where we would see beyond you just signing a piece of paper and saying, okay, you are committed to peace.
Okay. Now, INEC's role in ensuring a credible exercise.
Yeah, I think INEC should play by their own rules, and I think they should be able to hold people accountable, especially when they violate these rules. I mean, the INEC, and so far so good. The INEC, they've been living up to that expectation, especially when it comes to they're showing that politicians do or meet up with their guidelines. So, like you rightly identified, this Umpire disqualification of the APC candidate was a watershed in decisions being made by INEC against the ruling party. So I think it's worth commending. So all INEC needs to do now is to put their feet on the ground and make sure that politicians play to the role of the game as an umpire.
Okay, we can see the visuals from the Collation spot there. I'm sure a lot of additions and calculations ongoing as they look forward to counting and getting the actually accurate numbers of voters from the various political parties. Now, another very important issue is that issue we talk about all the time, and that is politicians and political actors refraining from comments and actions that will breach public peace, and quite important in elections like this to ensure that the process is quite clean and clear.
Yes, so I think what we saw play out in Ekiti, in fact, in the pre-election period, there were pockets of skirmishes, and but what played out, despite all the politicians did, despite all their antics, is again what we talked about. The people decided they would take their destinies in their hands. They would go to the electoral process as a celebration of democracy and the essence of democracy, which is that the people have a right. It's also enshrined in Article 21 of the UN Charter. The people have a right to participate in the governance of their country, and one way to participate is to choose who governs you. So, we saw that play out in Ekiti. It's not because the politicians in Ekiti suddenly became angels and refused to do what they know how to do best. It was because the people said, yes, our political actors can be going in the direction, but we need to go in a direction to show the way of democracy, to show that democracy can
work. Very quickly, let's go to the Collation Center and see and get an ambience of what is going on right there now.
And also, we have to talk about river profit, and let's talk about the Mr. Frank Oyedepo, is the National Commissioner supervising the state. Mr. Oyedepo, you are welcome, sir. The member of the Lieutenant Sergeant Brigade is Professor Kawade Everybody Adebowale, FAF, LNR. Coming in and joining our Prince Johnson Fortuna DRG election, we are welcome. We are giving the prayer for the past days. Thank you so much. We now ask for the Dr. Bababila, National Commissioner and Chairman of Electoral Operations and Logistics. You are welcome. Also on the table is the General and the Marine retired National Commissioner and Chairman of Appointment Promotion and Disciplinary Committee. You are welcome. Next to me is Professor Roger, National Commissioner and Chairman, Planning, Monitoring and Strategy Committee. You are welcome. We also have on the table the Commander, NNCDC, Election Monitoring Unit. You are welcome, Madam. The Director, DSS, the State Command, you are welcome, sir. Let's put a hand together for him. Then, at the end of the year, we also have from the Resident Electoral Commissioner who are here to support us for the election. And so we have Mohammed Magaji, INEC, you are welcome, sir. We have Ottoman and Jitaka, right, Nasarawa, you are welcome, sir. We have Professor Francis Ezonu, right, in the state. As now, my goodie, right, Kaduna, you are welcome, madam. We also have Open, Efanga, Imo, Western Electoral Commissioner Rivers. You are welcome. We have Dr. Eugene Advocate, Electoral, is here to join us in some research in the journals. We also did Elisa, you are welcome. Professor Sam Ebu, Red Raja, you are most welcome. We also have some director of the Interim Minister. This is something the Administrative Secretary and a director in the Commission. You are welcome, madam. Mr. A.P. is the Director Electoral Operation. You are most welcome. To this election, AIG Garba, you are recognized, sir. You are welcome. Thank you so much. Let's have the AKDs, you are most welcome. And at this point, we go to item number 3, which is welcome address by the Red of the State. Dr. Adinot, welcome address. Good evening to you. Let me begin to congratulate everyone of us here today, in particular the good people of the state, for the successful completion of this exercise. End of tenure and partially under government for the next 4 years. Quite appreciate the proper conduct of the people of this state for the tolerance they have been exhibiting in Saturday. And we only appreciate the media, security personnel, and the electorates in particular. To this end, we are going to the final prediction of the results. And I like the returning officer in person of Professor Adebowale, the Professor of Dental Chemistry, and the current serving Vice Chancellor of the Laptop Bank, who happens to be the returning officer to take the lead. Thank you, sir.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege for me to be here. And, just like the state returning officer have rightly said, we have noticed what I can call a free and fair election. and we want to congratulate, the state. And now it appears that we are the climax, of announcing who is going to govern the state for the next 4 years. So I want us to, just like we have been doing since morning, let us be very calm as much as possible. Thank you very much.
I think we need to go to the presentation of results by the local government commission officers accompanied by the local government.
The protocol or the format for the presentation of this local government election coalition is as follows. First, you will introduce yourself. You will tell us your place of work, which is your institution, the local government area of assignment. Next is the total number of registration areas. Next, the total number of registered voters. Next is the total number of accredited voters. The votes that is received by the party. The total number of valid votes. Next is the total number of rejected votes. Next is the total number of votes cast. Then, if you have record of cancellation of or election that is not held, you will let us know through the EC 40G form. And finally, the data on people with disability, which is EC 48, if there is any. Thank you very much. So the first local government that is going to come for presentation is Interim. Interim local government area. This presentation is in no order, but it has a return, from the field. Thank you very much, sir. I am Abiodun Ayodele, a professor of botany from the University of Ibadan. I am the coordinating officer for Interim local government. In this local government, we have 12 registration areas. CEO should also introduce herself, please.
Last month,
Thank you very much, sir. The total number of registered voters is 65,328. One after the next 622. Yeah. Please, one after the other. 17455. 112. All right. 65328. 65328. Number of accredited voters 25103. 25103. Votes received by parties 3808. AAC 32. ADC 96. ADP 201. APC 13754. APPA 33. APN 16. APP H2. LP 16. NNPP 48. NRN 17. PPP 4897. PRP 87. FDP 5006. YPP 59. ZLP 18. Total valid votes 24370. 24370. Rejected votes 700. Rejected votes 700. Total votes cast 25070. 25070. We had no case of cancelled election in the local government, but we had 9 voters who had disabilities, 7 male and 2 females, making a total of 9. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Party agents are also represented here. Please know that there should be one party agent per party, and therefore it is not allowed that a party agent represent more than one party. We want them also to introduce themselves. So just from party A, AHC, I think you know ADC. Okay. Party A. Party ANC. Party ADC.
Good evening, my name is Honorable Listener.
Party ADP.
My name is Musa Arunani, Party AD.
Party APC.
Honorable Karen Bababi is my name. APC State Party AD.
Party APGA. Party APM. Party APP. Party LP. Party NNPP. Party NRM. Party PDP. Party PRP. Party SDP.
Barrister Uchenna against me. Representing Central Party.
Party YPP. And finally, Party ZLP. Thank you. We now invite the next local government for the please, we want the party again also to be active. So after the presentation, if you have any comments on the results that has been presented, please you can come up with it. Thank you. The next local government area is Emwe. Collation officer for Emwe local government area. Please go ahead, and the electoral officer should also introduce himself.
I am Bimodal, a professor of analytical and environmental. I'm sorry. I am Bimodal, a professor of analytical and environmental chemistry, University of Ibadan.
I have a brain on electoral.
After presentation, please. Please go ahead.
I'm presenting the result for Ebonyi local governments. There are 10 wards in Ebonyi local governments. Number of registered voters 37123. Number of accredited voters 14509. Four. AAC 15. ADC 81. ADP 92. APC 7728. APGA AGA 14. APN 16. APP 70. LP
13. NNPP 13. NRN 19. PEP 2610. PRP 24. SDP 3445. YPP 41. ZLP 12. Total valid votes 14197. Rejected votes 304. Total votes cast 14501. We don't have any EC 40.
No EC 40. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's the party agent I want to ask you, please give me the microphone.
Mr. Otina Leslie, I'm representing SDP. My first report is that of this election is only the one for Abuja local government. Copies of this result. If you don't have copies of the result, it will be impossible for us to make comments. I want to be marked, and it will be worse that we have issues. SDP have contests in all the local governments, but we will not be raising the specifics, but we don't want to make that remark that people's unfair by on a lot of election malpractices, violence, and virtually all the local.
Hello, it's not all you are saying is not for this meeting. Your party agent should be on ground to collect the results. So if it's not on ground, you can't manufacture it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That is my answer.
Thank you. We now call the third Ekiti Southwest.
Good morning, everybody. All protocol duly observed. My name is Jonathan, Professor of Mycology and Applied Microbiology, University of Ibadan. I am Dada Emmanuel, electoral officer in the Southwest local government. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. In Ekiti Southwest local government, we have 11 wards. Yes, 11 wards. The number of registered voters that we have 53 713 53713. Number of accredited voters, we have 19982. 19982. I will now call the votes received by each party. Party A had 3 votes. Party A had 3 votes. Party AAC recorded 22 votes. 22 votes. Party AAC 22 votes. Party ADC had 100 votes. 100 votes. Party ADP had 195 votes. Party ADP had 195 votes. Party APC had 9679 votes. 9679 votes for APC. Party APGA had 24 votes. 24 votes. 24 votes. Party APM recorded 10 votes. 10 votes. 10 votes. Party APP had 170 votes. 170 votes. 170. Party LP had 14 votes. 14 votes. Party NNPP had 30 votes. 30 votes. Party NRN recorded 33 votes. 33 votes. Party PPP had 4474 votes. 4474 votes. 74. Party PRP recorded 43 votes. 43 votes. Party SDP had 4577 votes. 4577 votes. Party YPP had 41 votes. 41 votes. Party JLP had 26 votes. 26 votes. Total valid votes 19441. Total valid votes 19441. Rejected votes 502. Rejected vote 502. Total vote back 19943 votes. Total vote back 19943 votes. Thank you very much. In Ward 6, we have record of ballot box snatching. In Unit 5 and Unit 7. In Unit 5, number of people that collected their BBC that are supposed to vote in that center, we have 256. And in Unit 7, number of people that are supposed to vote there that have their PVC connected, we have 128. While the electoral people were there, waiting, the election was peaceful, everybody was seated, and they were waiting for 2:30 to commence the counting. Some people from nowhere withdrawn, they arrived, and that's how they started sporadic shooting and everybody lied down, and they started the votes that were cast in those two units. That's unit 5 and unit 7. Thank you very much.
Totally, the total number of,
okay, the total number.
Yes, of that 1 2 something.
394. So we call
260 what?
260.
Hold on.
Floor 128.
No, it should be 390.
He called 394. He called 394. He called 394. That's okay. 394.
You are right.
It's 394. Don't worry.
Are we free to do?
You are finished. You are free. Just let me have the microphone. Do you have any written report?
Yes, we have.
Then it's record of disability.
Yes.
You have record of disability? No.
No.
It's okay. You need to submit that report. The report and the result.
Mr. Dada,
You bring the report, please. You have not signed. Who is going to sign? Your signature. Who is
signed. Who? It's signed.
Okay, is it signature?
Yes, signature and sign. It's signed. It's signed.
The next local government area is in Kere local government area. Collect the microphone.
I stand on the existing protocols. Let me start with the EO introduction.
No, go ahead.
I think consulting is my name. I'm the electoral reserve for Interim local government. I'm Engineer Emmanuel Ajah from the University of Ibadan, a professor of engineering.
I'm the collation officer for Interim local government area, where we have one registration areas. One registration areas. That is 11. The total number of registered voters in the local government is 65661. 65661. The total number of accredited voters 24109. 24109. Votes received by various parties. Party A 16. Party A 16. Party AAC 49. Party ADC 3764. 3764. Party ACP 310. 310. ADP ACP ADC will now on ACP ADC is ATP. ADP. ATP. Okay, sorry. ATP. 3. Just relax. If you read one, please go ahead. Party ADC 3764. Party ADP 310. Party APC 12086. 12086. APTA 25. Party APN 17. Party APP 49. Party LP 14. Party NNPP 47. Party NRN 10. Party PDP 3789. 3789. PRP 35. SDP 1946. Yes. Then YPP 38. The last one, ZLP 09. Total valid votes 22201. Total valid votes 22201. Rejected votes 686.
Now the total vote cast for this local government is 22,887. 22,887.
You need to speak to them.
Well, the collation officer for Interim. Hello? You will need to repeat. Please start from the beginning again. Start from the beginning.
Okay. Start from party.
Please relax. Just relax.
Relax. I just want to see the figures very well.
Start from
Party A. Are you ready?
Yes, go ahead.
1-6. AAC 4-9. ADC 3764. ADP 310. 12086. 12086. APC 25. Party Abga. APN Abga is 25. APM is 17. APP 49. LP 14. 47.
You didn't mention the name of the party.
Mention party first before the vote.
NNPP 47. NRN 10. PDP 3789. PRP 35. STP 1943. 1943. YPP 38. ZLP 09.
Yes, you now tally. So you are okay now. Valid vote. Please complete.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Total valid vote.
Yes.
Is 22201.
All right.
Rejected votes 686.
All right.
Total votes cast 22887.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now we have one case in just one polling unit.
Record of cancellation.
Yes. Violence, due to violence.
One polling unit.
One polling unit, just one.
We need 2 of RAH.
We need 2 of RAH.
What is the registered voters in that place?
Accredited 236.
No, registered voter.
Registered 731.
731. That's okay. 731. 731.
731.
We have the report of the cancellation there. Oh, and sign. Thank you very much.
No disability.
Thank you. Next is Ilekemeke local government area.
Professor University of Ibadan. My AO is.
My name is Dr. Professionalism, electoral of the Nigerian
You are a professor of what?
Professor of Law and Paper Science and Politics. Thank you. The result for and the number of registered voters 18791. 18791. Number of accredited voters 8439. 8439. Votes received by each party. A04, ANC 09, ABC 216, ADP 47, ADP 47, APC 4357, 4357, APGA 04, APGA 04, APN 05, APN 05, APP 41, APP 41, LP 01, LP 01, NNPP 06, NNPP 06, NRN 06, NRN 06, PDP 1157, PDP 1157, PRP 18, PRP 18, SEP 2344, SEP 2344, YPP 04, YPP 04, ZLP 04, ZLP 04, total valid votes 8223, total valid votes 8223, number of rejected votes 135, 135, total vote cast 8358, CBC 8358, signed by or Signed by the party agent for ADC, ADP, APC, and SDP.
Record of cancellation.
Record of cancellation. But for the day, we have 6 for the local government. Thank you, sir.
Let's have papers. Drop the microphone. Thank you, sir. Next is MOBA. MOBA local government area.
My name is John Oyinlora, under the Professor of Cultural Extension and Urban Development at the University of Ibadan. There are 11 number of registered voters 53257. 53257. Number of registered apprentices 20743. 20743. Votes received by the parties. Party A 13. ANC 20, ABC 75, ADP 94, APC 11609, APC 11609, APGA 11, APGA 11, APM 11, APP 41, LP 06, LP 06, NPP 09, NRM 05, NRM 05, PDP 3530, PDP 3530, PRP 31, PRP 31, SDP 4904, SDP 4904, YPP 17, YPP 17, ZLP 08, ZLP 08, total votes, total valid votes 20384. 20384. Rejected votes 354. Rejected votes 354. Total votes cast 20738. 20738. Thank you.
Do you have any record of cancellation?
No.
Thank you very much. Next is Apple.
Starting on the existing protocol. Eniola Olugbenga Ajayi, a professor of petroleum geology and environmental geology from
from University of Ibadan.
My name is Ogunyoni Florence Omotunde, the electoral officer of Interim.
The local government area. We have 10 wards in F1 and 119 residential registration area. So I present a result. Number of registered voters 30,076. 30,076. Number of registered accredited 11,046. 11,046. Vote received by parties 802. 802. 8804. AAC 04. ADC 17. ADC 17. ADP 77. ADP 77. APC 4012. 4012. APC 4012.
In fact,
APC 4012. APC 4012. After 11. After 11. APM 05. APM 05. APP 11. APP 11. LP 09. LP 09. NNPP 04. NNPP 04. NRF 16. NRF 16. PDP C303. PDP C303. PRP 20. PRP 20. SDP 339. SDP 339. YPP 07. YPP 07. ZLP 02. ZLP 02. Total valid votes 10839. Total valid votes 10839. Rejected votes 204. Rejected votes 204. Total vote cast 11043. 11043. There are no cancel. No cancellation. No cancellation. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, keep the microphone down. Don't put it down. Then Your results, please. Thank you, Prof. Next, Ekiti West.
Protocol duly observed. My name is Olufemi Olakoye, a professor of veterinary public health and preventive medicine, University of Ibadan. I serve as a collation officer for the Ekiti West local government in the gubernatorial election. My EOPLD.
My name is the electoral officer of Ekiti West local government.
I hereby present the results of the gubernatorial election for Ekiti West local government. In that local government, we had 11 registration areas, and the total number of registered voters were 59220. 59220. Number of accredited voters 23750. 23750. The votes scored by various parties are follows: Party A 909, AAC 26, AAC 26, ABC 90, ABV 90, ABP 178, ABP 178, APC 15322, 15322, APGA 30, APGA 30, APM 15, APM 15, APP 105, 105, LP 5, LP 05, NNPP 28, NNPP 28, NRN 29, NRN 29, PDP 3386, 3386, PRP 34, PRP 34, SDP 3863, 3863, YPP 24, YPP 24, ZLP 24, ZLP 24, making total valid votes to be 23168, 23168. Number of rejected votes 549, 549. Total valid votes was 23717. 23717. Thank you. There was no report of cancellation. Okay. Number of rejected votes 549.
549. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Next, local government, the record no, if I don't know.
Standing on existing protocols, I am Professor Temitayo Sabayomi, the Professor of Agricultural and Environmental Engineering, University of Ibadan. Thank you. I'm the collation officer for the Interim local government area. We have 11 registration areas, and the number of registered voters is 70467. 70467. Number of accredited voters 24123. 24123. Votes received by parties: A 5, ACC 33, AGC 141, AGP 191, APC 13125, Abuja 16, APM 20, APM 20, APP 112. APP 112. LP 9. LP 9. NNPP. NNPP 29, NRN 20, PDP 4712, PDP 4712, PRP 33, SDP 5010, SDP 5010, YPP 44, YPP 44, ZLP 15. Total valid votes 23515, 23515. Rejected votes 578, 578. Total vote cast 24093, 24093. There were no records of cancellation in the according to the fellow local government area.
Thank you. And we have the results. Thank you, Bob. Next is Oye local government area.
Still standing on the existing protocol. My name is Abuja, Professor
Professor of Public Extension, University of Ibadan, and my hero is here. I begin semester. The electoral officer or reality progress area. We have 12 wards in the local government. Number of registration voters 517. Number of registration of registered registration accredited 24925. Sir? Let's start again. Okay. Now we start again. Number of registered voters 65172. Number of registered accredited 24925. Then distribute the votes received by the parties. A 14. A C 14. A is 14. 14. 14. Then AAC 34. Then ABC 83. ABP 210. ABC 13396. ABDA 17. APM 29. APP 167. LP 12. NNPP 33. NRM 23. PDP 4122. PRP 84. SDP 5391. NPP 32. ZLP 19. Total valid votes 23666. Rejected votes 836. The total vote are 24505. There's no record of calculation.
Turn it for us once again. No, we need to go back. Please, not be slow. Slow it to be. Slower. Not too fast.
Number of registered voters 56517. Number of registered accredited 24925. Votes received by the parties A 14. Okay, then start again. Number of registered voters 65170. Number of registered accredited 24925. Votes received by the parties A 14. AAC 34. ABC 83. ABP 210. APC 13396. ABDA 17. APN 29. APP 167. LP 12. NPP 33. NRM 23. PDP 4122. PRP 84. SDP 5391. YPP 832. ZLP 19. Total valid votes 23666. Rejected votes 836. Total vote card 24505.
Rejected votes.
Rejected vote is 836.
839 or 836.
836.
Calculate it. 839. Rejected votes to be 839. Just calculate it. You can recalculate it. You can recalculate and then you come back. Go and recalculate it and then come back. Rejected votes. You will come back. Huh? Okay, the next local government is Idosi. Idosi.
Communities of thoughts were already established with the thoughts. I am Umpire of Socio-economic, a professor of animal science from the University of Abuja. And my role is part of the Bimodal, electoral growth in the government. In those local governments, we have a total of 11 registration areas. Number of registration areas in those local governments is 1. Total registered voters 57780. 57780. Number of voters accredited 23848. 23848. Number of votes per party 805. 05. AAC 20. ABC 88. ADB 155. APC 10321. 10321. APGA 20. APM 11. APP 107. 107. LP 10. NNPP 52. NRM 31. PGP 2871. 2871. PRP 72. SDP 9489. 9489. YPP 32. ZLP 21. Total valid votes 23305. 23305. Rejected votes
541. 541. Total votes cast 23846. 23846. No record of cancellation. However, we have a record of physically challenged that came to vote. And they were in Ward 08, which is only Ora Ward. Visually impaired, so blind, 03. Mobility of physical disability, 02. Hard of hearing / deaf, 01. Total 06. Okay, you recorded it in C48. Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. Now we have it. Thank you, Prof. Is Onye ready? Just tell us the rejected votes. Total number of rejected votes. Total number of rejected votes is okay. Start afresh. Afresh. Number of registered voter 65170. Number of registered accredited 24925. Votes received by parties. A 14. ACC. We are not hearing you. You are pressing. A 14. A 14. Use like this. A 14. AAC 34. ABC 83. APP 210. APC 13396. APGA 17. APN 29. APP 167. LP 12. NPP 33. NRM 23. PDP 4122. PRP 84. SDP 5391. YPP 32. ZLP 19. Total valid votes 23666. Rejected votes 839. Total votes cast 24505. Record of cancellation? No. Okay, thank you very much. Next. No, let's have the results. It's our local government area. Welcome. Don't relax. Introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Olusola Oyeyinka, Professor of Communication Languages, University of Ibadan. I serve as political officer for Interim local government. Upon Tokyo local history, I am the electoral officer in Interim local government. There are 10 words in Interim local government. The number of registered voters 46712. 46712. Number of accredited voters 17534. 17534. And then we have the distribution of votes according to parties. Party A 04. Party AAC 14. Party ABC 82. Party AVP 145. Party ABC 8074. 8074. Party ABGA 22. Party APM 18. Party APP 126. Party NNPP 07. Party NRM 58. Party Party NRN 15. Party PDP.
What is NNPP?
What is
NNPP?
I said that earlier. 58.
Okay, NRM.
NRM 15.
Okay.
PDP 2588. Party PRP 60. Party SDP 5909. Party YPP 38. Party ZLP 19. Total valid votes 17179. 17179. Rejected votes 297. Total number of votes cast 17476. 17476.
Any record of cancellation?
None. There are 2 cases of PWD. Yes. That's 2. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Get from the board, please. Thank you very much. Can we have the results? The one that can order somebody to talk to the crowd. Next is Adokiti. This is person coming in the coordinator of the collation officers. Can we clap for him in the coordinator of the collation office? Thank you. Just like this.
My name is Wole Michael.
Hello, like this.
My name is Wole Michael Olatoku, Professor of Information Science, University of Abuja. And my BA is
electoral officer, I don't know active education of students.
I want the electoral officer ability. There were 13 registration areas. The number of registered voters is 179088. 179088. Number of accredited voters 50592. 50592. And the votes were received by each of the political parties. They are followed. A for man. AAC 6-7. ADC 415. APP 728. APC 23831. I repeat, APC 23831. APGA 70. APM 62. APP 448. LP 47. NNPP 83. NRM 58. PPP 7575. PRP 141. SPP 15214. I repeat, SPP 15214. YPP 125. ZLP 51. Total valid votes 48964. Rejected votes 1444. Total votes cast
please.
Any record of cancellation?
None.
Okay. And no PWT, no.
Not at all.
Thank you very much. Prof, the coordinator. Incombency local government. Incombency local government. Please go ahead.
Let's say that.
Hello? Just like this.
Good morning. Just from the existing class. Professor of Intelligence of the Department of English, University of Ibadan. My name is Socio-economic department. I carry the manual of this the professor for community policy. However, I say that I spent as policy officer for the community policy and 12 legislation areas. The number of candidates is 71690. 71690. Number of accredited voters 30403. 30403. Now I go to the vote stock at each party, and they are as follows. A11, A11, AAC 34, AAC 34, ABC 114, ABC 114. ABP 484, ABP 484, APC 16417, APC 16417, APGA 33, APGA 33, APM 1919, APM 19, APP 148, APP 148, LP 14, LP 14, LLPP 37, LLPP 37, MLM 20, MLM 30, PDP 6366, PDP 6366, PRP 88, PRP 88, SDP 5736, SDP 5736, YPP 47, YPP 47, ZLP 13, ZLP 13. Total valid votes 29481. Total valid votes 29481. Rejected votes 789. Rejected votes 789. Total vote cast 20200. Total vote cast 20200. There are 11 PWP data, people with disability, cutting across data impaired 5, mobility, disability 5, out of hearing, one, totally hearing, there is no case of calculation. Thank you, that's for your response.
You mentioned rejected vote. You have
Rejected vote, 789. 789.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Any record of cancellation? Can we have the results? We are still expecting the result from 2 local government areas. They are now in Abuja and Ekiti. I'm sure they will be here in a few minutes. So please let us be patient. They will be here in a few minutes. So you can use the 2-3 minutes to stretch your legs. They are already on ground. But don't go out, just stretch your legs.
Yes, you're welcome back to the Ekiti Decide studio, reaching you here in the nation's capital, Abuja. Now, you did see the counting of votes from various local government areas, beginning with Ijero, Emure, Ekiti Southwest, and Ikere. And then you went on to Ilejemeje, Moba, Ekiti West, Irepodun, Ifelodun, Oye, and Idosi, and Iseoru, and Ado Ekiti, I presume. And it's ongoing there. We all saw that happening, starting from the introduction of members of various committees, ranging from the election monitoring to the heads of security committees and other personnel that were there witnessing the counting of the votes from the various local governments. I still have my guests here with me, Amsri Ajanaku, a media team lead, and from the Center for Democracy and Development, who has been here with me all through the entire session. Now, looking at what has been ongoing, what are your reactions so far?
Yes, so again, we see that the smooth conduct of the process is also showing in the way the results, is being collected. So far, there have just been only one objection thereabouts from the SDP agent, state agent, party agent, who was talking about some issues. But there was an aspect of the issues he raised that demands our attention, especially looking back at the role of political parties. So he came to the Collation Center to start asking for copies of the results, and rightly so, the person superintending the collation process told him, that was not the norm. So the parties actually supposed to have their agents, in the local government collation to collect the results, copies of the results. In fact, they're supposed to even sign those results. So you can't come to a state collation center to start demanding results. It's almost like you don't want to follow the process. So political parties, can learn from this kind of experience, and this is where the party agents come in, right from the polling units to the various collation centers, because the parties themselves need to invest in the process. What I mean by invest in the process is get the right human resource, train them. The parties are supposed to train their agents. This is what to expect, this is where you collect, and not have a situation where the fellow just came there to almost like embarrass himself. And so apart from that objection, which was overruled, every other thing has, the results has gone, has gone on, and you can see we're coasting home, and we can already see from the trends, the results, the results are taking.
Yes, about is it 12 or 13 local governments already coming out with the votes from those areas.
Absolutely.
And from what we have just seen, 3 major parties holding sway as we expected.
Yes.
In our analysis of the ongoing events.
Yes, absolutely. So the 3-horse race theory we talked about is still holding very strong. We can see SDP performing strong. They have really done well in terms of being able to run neck and neck with in fact, from the votes we're seeing, the SDP is almost next to the APC, and the PDP appears to be in the the result is for INEC to declare, but at least we can see the way it's trending from what has been declared so far. And again, the collation process is going on smooth. There has been 1 or 2 hitches in terms of I think it was Oye.
Okay.
Where
where
it didn't add up, and he was asked to go back and take a look. So sometimes in collation, there are all these arithmetic challenges that could come up, but again, democracy and the electoral process is also a learning process. So the infrastructure, the human infrastructure you need to do that would definitely get the knowledge incrementally over time, and in time to come, some of these challenges will be a thing of the past.
Well, now we're saying that the SDP candidate, who is indeed a former governor, pulling some form of surprising votes. I believe he was formerly in the PDP and then moved on to the SDP, and doing quite well there from the results that we are seeing so far.
Yes, another lesson for the political parties, which is if you do not allow a level playing field for candidates to emerge, you may end up with a candidate on your hands that maybe he or she will be able to garner a few votes here and there, but that candidate may not have the clout to challenge for political power, and so if you look at the figures between the SDP and the PDP, you would imagine that if the current SDP candidate was of the PDP was allowed to probably emerge as maybe it would have been a stronger competition between the APC and the PDP. So because you can see that the PDP SDP votes almost seeming like they would almost catch up with if you put them together. There's still a gap there, but probably so internal party democracy, that's what this teaches us, that the parties need internal party democracy, so that the most popular, the person who has been able to make the most connection with the voters would emerge, and when it now comes to the overall election, the person will be in a better position to slug it out with the other opponent electorally. So I think there are many deep lessons in the performance of the SDP for the political parties in terms of internal party democracy, which is one area of defects among the many others that we see the political parties exhibiting.
Exactly so. Internal party democracy is quite an issue which we have continued to talk about over and over. And also earlier we heard the results from 2 local government areas are still being expected. As this time is fast spent, and we're looking at the process and wondering if it can be concluded at the soonest possible time, or will this drag on till much later in the day?
Yeah, so I don't expect this to drag on. I expect, in fact, from our situation room today, we were thinking before midnight, and this process would be over. But again, we always fall back on that expression of democracy being a tortuous process in which all stakeholders on the board would make sacrifices. Media, you are making sacrifices, have to stay up, to keep an eye on the process. And I commend everybody at the State Collation Center, the security agencies. Everybody is working around the clock to ensure that this process is credible, and everyone is also putting the spotlight on the process because it said that eternal vigilance is the price for freedom. So in the past, our experience as a country show that we need this level of scrutiny, and kudos to our media colleagues, who not just started this journey from the pre-election period, reporting constantly. Now they are at the collation, they will be at the inauguration. So it's an endless marathon of working to ensure democracy works. So it's a part of the reality of any democratic process. And the case, back here in Nigeria is not different. So I think in the end, we always make the advocacy that all of these efforts, all of these sacrifices, monumental as they are, we count for nothing if democracy does not deliver on good governance. So, in fact, I believe that the political actors should, even if they don't think about anything else, they should think about the sacrifices, the monumental, the hard work that goes into this process. Then also think about the heavy expenditure. INEC has spent lots of money printing ballot papers, ballot boxes, paying ad hoc staff, paying all manner of people to be paid in the electoral process. So this has to then translate into quality governance, and quality governance is what will make the lives of people better. So the election, it's not just an event in itself. It's an event that holds very, very important implications for the well-being of every Nigerian.
Definitely very important implications for the well-being of all Nigerians. So far, more than half of the total number of local government areas have been counted, and are we beginning to have like a clear vision of the direction of where this is going, or is it too early now to begin to speculate, or George?
Absolutely, the trend of where it's going, it's practically clear. Although
it's taking shape.
Yeah, it's taking shape. It's taking shape. Although the electoral umpire, has to be the entity to make the final call. In the end. But the way, and that's the beauty of a process that goes well. You can already see where it's going. You can already see by the time 10 local governments come in, you already see what the people have decided, and rightly so. Eventually, I'm sure in a matter of a few no more than 1-2 hours, all things being equal, we should have a clear direction of the party the winner is emerging from.
Okay, now let's have your thoughts on those votes that were voided in the process.
Yes, so the rejected votes, and which is another area that we also need voter education, in terms of how to vote, and a lot of civil society organizations have also tried to organize sessions, organize discussions, town hall meetings at the grassroots level to teach and show voters, how they should handle their ballots. Some of those void votes we're seeing, rejected votes we're seeing, they come from the handling of the ballots. So because if the intention of the voter becomes ambiguous, the vote has to be rejected, and that comes from probably the way the ink spills across the line. So I think it's an area we need to work on, because if you look at our general elections and even past elections, there have also been high incidents of rejected votes on account of this. And this is one area that the critical stakeholders, especially the political parties, because it's the parties that have lost those votes now. Yeah, apart from the fact that the individuals' votes didn't count at the end of the day, that it was rejected. The parties are the ones who benefit from the votes directly, so they are the ones. In fact, they should be more interested in conducting very innovative activities to show people, especially the not too literate, how to cast their ballots without avoiding the votes.
Okay, now this other issue, physically participation of the physically challenged persons, this has been actually quite satisfactory, I must say. What do you have to say in that respect?
I think it's a beautiful thing that INEC is disaggregating data, is collecting data in terms of the number of voters with disability. It shows that there is an intentional approach to engage those voters, use the data collected to project into future elections, and then provide, like rightly pointed out in our observation of the election, INEC made some efforts in around 22 to 24% of the polling units we observed to ensure that the things needed to aid physically challenged voters are provided, but those were not in sufficient quantity, so many others could not have those. So now the fact that the Commission is collecting data also shows that it's really serious about disability inclusion, and that data will also help in planning for future elections. So I think it's commendable that this data is being disaggregated to this point, where you can now say, okay, this number of physically challenged participated in the process, and that becomes very instrumental in future planning.
Okay, now again, are we expecting maybe petitions or possible rejections of some of the numbers we've heard and from the various local governments? Are we expecting that there may be some form of petitions or disagreements in that area?
Yeah, well, we're already seeing some signs of protest, but the question is how germane or how cogent those protests, how strong a case do those political parties have. Like in the case that came up, the SDP state agents, if you didn't have agents at the polling units, and you didn't have agents at other layers of collation at the local government level, how then do you come to say, okay, something went wrong? So you can't make a claim about it. You can't make a claim about a process that you were not present in. So if you are alleging malpractices, it should be based on the reports of your party agents, not you don't just come out of the blues and make such allegations. So for the way, looking at the way the process has played out, it will be swimming against the tide, I would argue, to make certain claims, especially if you don't have the people on the ground to authenticate those claims.
Okay, let's go back to Ekiti. I understand that they are back now from the break, and we'll continue to hear from them on what is going on with the other local government areas.
For the growing local government area of Ekiti State, and I have to be the EO for that particular local government.
I am Kolabe Oyodelewa Fumilola, electoral officer for Growing local governments.
Yeah. Thank you. In one local government, you have the total number of 10 wards, and the number of total registered voters in that particular local government 53788. I repeat, 53788. Numbers of accredited voters 20308. 20308. I begin with party A 11. Party A 11. Party AC 18. AAC 18. ADC 73. ADC 73. ADP 190. ADP 190. APC 11247. APC 11247. APDA 21. APDA 21. APM 19. APM 19. APP 156. APP 156. NP 05. NP 05. NPP 22. NPP 22. NRM 16. NRM 16. PDP 3947. PDP 3947. PRP 41. PRP 41. NCP 1059. I repeat, NCP 1059. YPP 20. YPP 20. ZLP 22. ZLP 22. Total valid votes 19867. Total valid votes 19867. Rejected votes 426. Rejected votes 426. Total vote cast 20293. Total vote cast 20293. I submit.
Is there not hear him very clearly. Is there any record of cancellation? No, no, sir. Thank you very much. Let's clap for him. Thank you, Prof. Yeah, thank you, sir. Ekiti East. Ekiti East.
The Vice Chancellor of all protocol duly observed. My name is Henry Ferguson, Professor of Veterinary Biochemistry, University of Ibadan. I am the Collation Officer for Ekiti East Local Government. I have with me here the electoral officer for Ekiti East. I don't the electoral officer for Ekiti East. Thank you very much. Ekiti local government has a total of 12 registration areas. Total number of registered voters 6160. Number of registered voters is microphone like this. Yes. Ekiti local government has a total of 12 registration areas. Number of registered voters 61360. Number of accredited voters 24024. And I'm going to discuss further by parties. Party A 08, AAP 012, ADC 162. ADP 198, APC 12099, ABGA 025, APL 017, APP 147, LP 013, NNPP 030, NRL 029, PPP 5230, PRP 045, FTP 4982, YPP 049, ZLP 019. Total valid votes 23065. 23065. Rejected votes 540. Total vote cast 23605. Total votes cast 23605. Thank you very much.
Thank you for any record of cancellation and no PWT. Can we have the original copy? The original copy of your result. Thank you very much. The next phase is to transfer the results. Please listen. Is to transfer the results to EC8E and EC8D. EC8D and EC8E. This is where we are transferring it. You can see it is sealed. Completely sealed. Now I want to go ahead to open it. Should I go ahead and open it? Or leave it permanently like this? This is ECD. You can see that it is blank. Blank, nothing is written on it. Completely blank.
They are writing names. Southwest.
Well, thank you. We're still here at the Ekiti Decide studio, reaching you here in the nation's capital, Abuja. And what you just saw earlier on was the transfer of most of the election results so far from the various local government areas. That is ongoing right now. And that will take quite a long process, but we are still here, and we will continue to bring you up to speed with what is transferring there. And I still have Arms Free here with me. It seems a long night. We are here, and we will continue to give you updates.
Privilege always.
Yes, Armstrong, again with the results we are seeing from the various local government areas, it does appear that the outcome so far seems to revisit earlier calls that some political parties need to either merge to form more formidable structure for keener contests. We see some of the political parties getting as low as 18, 15, 12, 10 and even 2 votes, and it does seem that these calls that merge so that you can form a more formidable structure for keener contest is really taking shape.
Yes, absolutely. So the political party is not supposed to be a paper, a tiger on paper. It's actually supposed to be able to form itself into a strong electoral machine that can win canvas and win votes legally from the electorate. And some of those very low votes we saw, it's just like those parties are more or less interested in just occupying space on the ballots, and this goes back to validate the decision of the commission in 2020 to delist almost 75 political parties from participating in the electoral process, because they were making the process unwieldy. They we're not really canvassing for votes. They just remain parties on paper. And so even though you argue that constitutionally there's freedom of association, but practically as a political party you must aim to compete electorally, or you give way. And so the idea of the parties merging is a very valid one, coming together, pulling their forces together, pulling resources together, because the whole task of citizen engagement is also something that requires a lot of effort, a lot of planning, a lot of strategizing. So we don't really need these kinds of political parties that are just an island. They are like islands unto themselves. They are not willing to synergize with others to become a lot more electorally competitive. So I think so we have 18 of them currently. It's registered by INEC. The numbers are reduced now, and so we should see a lot more competition or competitiveness among the parties. And the idea you brought about merging together, forming alliances, could work. Even in the ongoing 2023 with the build up after the primaries, you can see some parties talking to themselves already. They know that there are parties that have comparative advantage in certain areas, and they should actually come together, and work together.
Okay. Now, essentially, the transfer of figures and numbers will actually, that's the process that is ongoing now, will actually give way to the final process of adding up and announcements.
Absolutely. So, the figures, this all still part of the collation process, putting the figures together in the, you saw the form that was displayed, and, our democratic process has been characterized by a lot of trust deficits, and so you could see where the state collation officer had to show the blank documents to say, you look at it, I've not written anything in here, and all those precautionary steps have to be taken, because we operate in an environment of very little trust. There's a lot of trust issues, and so I think the process is coming on nicely. Eventually the Ekiti state electorate would know who the next governor of their state is.
Okay, let's quickly take a look at what has been going on, beginning with the Ejeru local government area. Ejeru local government area.
Yes.
Of course, you saw the figures outlined there, beginning with the various political parties, from the A party and going straight through up to the ZLP party, and the figures for the three major contenders of that local government area.
Yes, so it takes us back to the three horse race, and the whole discussion around the personalities that actually shaped this process. So from 1999 to 2003 was Otunbani Adebayo, who was in charge in Ekiti State. He's currently Minister of Trade and Industry at the federal level, until the PDP found a way to clinch it through Ayo Fayose in 2003, and then Ayo Fayose was holding sway until Kade Fayemi really came on board. Ayo Fayose did one term, and then he had to slug it out again with Fayemi, and then on and on. So essentially, the dramatis personae in this election, beyond just looking at the candidates, are actually actors that have been active in the politics of the state since 1999, and so it's as if they are the ones that are still on the ballot. They are backing their proteges, or what's in Nigerian parlance you call godsons, to be able to clinch the governorship of the state. So I think that's what we see also playing out in the results, especially what we identified earlier on to be the closer or even the unexpected surge that we saw with the Labour Party, almost pushing the PDP to third position in this context. So you remember we described the SDP as the third force.
Yes.
The third force, but it has become the second force now.
Definitely. Even from the figures here in Zero,
yes.
Although we had over 60,000 registered voters, but only roughly above 25,000 being accredited, and total valid votes coming to about 24,370, with a whopping 700 votes, rejected votes.
Yes.
Like you just rightly said, the Social Democratic Party going ahead of the PDP in Ejero local government area.
Yes, absolutely. So back to the discussion. On the rejected votes. I think if the political parties are supposed to have what they call research, their research units, the knowledge generation arm of the parties. They should be taking note of this data now. So if you have 700 votes, just thrown away, they should ask, be able to ask questions in terms of how those votes got rejected. What demographic in the electorate had those votes, and how do we then ensure that we educate them as political parties to ensure that the votes in next election would count. So it's an important thing for the parties to consider, and this is a wealth of data. If they are able to look beyond just winning and losing, this is a wealth of data they can use to plan also future elections.
Definitely. Now again, in Emure local government area, we did have 37,123 number of registered voters with 14,509 accredited voters. Total valid votes cast 14,197, and another 304 rejected votes there in Emure. Some similar to what has gone on in Ejero local government area.
Yes, absolutely.
And, just like we said, the SDP also coming ahead of the PDP in Emure as well.
Yes. So the question of the third force becoming the second force, continues to play out, and it also shows the beauty of democracy, and the fact that a party which at the national level is still trying to hold its own together in a state like Ekiti, making this showing is something that can be built upon. But the typical politician wants to win it today. If Labour Party is to have a closer look at this result, it could start projecting that if in this election we could do this well, we should go back and re-strategize and see how next time out we can give the ruling party a good run for its money. And also to note that part of what we observed, during the electoral process was the effects of fake news and misinformation. In fact, there was a lot of fake news that targeted the Social Democratic Party. Apart from also the violence, some of the violence in the pre-election period, not on election day. I think something in terms of the effects of fake news. There was a fake news that trended on election day that the SDP candidate had stepped down. There was a letter, yes, that was being circulated.
But that was obviously false.
Yeah, it was false. But looking at the way they have performed, they could start thinking that some of those hoaxes that were spread on election day also affected their chances. This is why we also have to take the issue of fake news and misinformation seriously, because it has a way of also disrupting
the smooth process.
The pattern of votes, discouraging people from even coming out, in a sense undermining participation in the electoral process. Is something that we have to think about. That's why
it's actually a negative strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. And in this Ekiti election, right from the pre-election period, there was an avalanche of fake news. There was also in the pre-election period, there was also a fake news that talked about the APC primaries being nullified by the Court of Appeal. Total fake news, like absolutely fake. There was nothing like that. But the news had trended on had moved, had been circulated on social media, and lots of eyes had seen it before even
the authorities must move fast to ensure that they nip such
yes,
issues.
Absolutely. And one way to think about mitigating the effects of fake news and misinformation is through digital literacy, media literacy, for people to understand that not everything you see on social media is true. So you have to take, citizens consuming news on social media, for example, have to take a look at several parameters. What's the source of this news? What's the is that source credible enough? Is it a source I can trust? So there are several parameters you can bring in as a consumer of news, and the toxic relationship between fake news and election is becoming increasingly a point of scrutiny of our electoral process, because when those fake news circulate on election day, it could sway the outcome, and it's not something you can easily document, but because this is about something that will affect the minds of the people, the minds of voters. So I would say SDP was targeted a lot, especially on election day. Imagine saying the candidates of the parties had stepped down and was now backing the PDP, and so there are some voters who will have seen that
information to discourage people going into the field.
Exactly, and some would have even seen that and say maybe it's true, and so he has stepped down, so we won't vote for him anymore, and all of that. I'm not saying that's the case, but the SDP can look at their performance and say maybe if some of those issues were not playing out, they could have performed better than they even did now.
All right, let's go to Ekiti Southwest. I understand there was a ballot box snatching, issues of ballot box snatching from Ekiti Southwest, and we also saw the same scenario repeating itself in Ekiti Southwest. But when you look at the score sheet, you find out that the APC moving far ahead of the other two strong parties in that state.
Yes, in the 3-horse race, I think the point about ballot snatching, we have learned in our narrative of elections to be able to isolate incidents that are not widespread enough. So in Ekiti State, there were 2,445 polling units, 2,445 polling units. And so if you have an incident of ballot snatching in one out of 2,445. While you say, okay, yes, let's deal with the incidents. In the narrative around the election, one has to be able to ensure that, okay, that one incident in one polling unit is not used to taint, is not used to give the impression that the entire process has been tainted, and as such, maybe it has lost credibility. So we have learned to do some of those nuanced analysis, to analyze in a much nuanced way, so that we don't use isolated incidents to characterize the whole process.
Okay, now here is the sheets for the results in Ileje-Meje results there, and from what we see there, the political parties, the 4 political parties, and of course appears a woman coming forth in that race, and of course the APC holding sway in Ileje-Meje also.
Yes, so I think it's good that we're seeing we had one woman candidate. I think she's the one, Kemi Elebute Hall or Halley. I don't know how that's pronounced. With 47 votes. The fact that you have a female candidate on the ballot, and earlier on we talked about what INEC has also done in terms of situation in which our data showed that there were polling units where there were exclusively women officials superintending the polls. So this is a good development. And just to also let you know that there are around, if I'm not mistaken, like 7 female deputies on the joint tickets with in other political parties. So that's some measure of women participation. But the women situation rooms, for instance, would argue that how do you make women more competitive, not just to make the numbers, but to ensure that they are competitive, they are in the race to win, and that takes us back to what we talked about around the primaries, the outsized influence of money in the political primaries. So I think this local government, we are not seeing the total number of registered voters. That could have also given us an idea of what the voter turnout.
That's 18,791 really, total number of registered voters, but just 8,439 were accredited.
Yes, so
in Ileje-Meje.
Yes, so that shows that shows us that the political parties actually need to do more to get out the votes. It shows that the level of participation here was a bit not energetic enough, given the number of registered voters. So you still have almost like 10,000 or so voters who didn't show up at all at the polls.
And of course 135 rejected votes in Ileje-Meje.
Again, it goes back to the political parties to do what they have to do to educate the voters and also stakeholders like you and I, the media, civil society, what we can to reduce the incidence of rejected votes.
Okay. All right. Again, in Ileje-Meje, we can see that the third force also still far ahead of the expected second force, if we must use that.
Yes, absolutely. This is a major talking point for this election. A major talking point, because even though we keep saying Segun Oni is a former governor, he occupied the position, but his governorship was struck out, through the judicial verdicts that were given, by the courts. So in a legal sense, it's deemed that he was never governor, even though he occupied, that position before he was sent packing from that position by the courts. But to make, such a a solid showing again takes us back to if PDP had known to maybe just allow for some level playing field and not disrupt the process and allow him to move to another party, probably PDP would have had a better showing. So again, the whole question of internal party democracy comes to play here, and it's something that will be considered as a major talking point in this election.
Now here again we see another situation in Ikere local government area. The ADP making its impact again in Ikere local government area, where the Kemi Elebuti also and fourth place again.
Absolutely. Although if you look at the number of the votes, 310 votes in this instance, it calls for more. Knowing that historically women have always been in the margins of our political process, and so I think the women groups and those of us who also campaign for inclusion in the electoral process will be saying, okay, thumbs up. Probably you need to add more efforts, and there are many obstacles to women participation. Is it funding you want to talk about? Is it the way and manner politics is conducted? Women may not be able to attend the nocturnal meetings that politicians are more used to. There are many odds that women candidates would have to overcome to be able to participate freely in the electoral process. So it's encouraging that this candidate has been able to dare all the odds to be on the ballot and make some showing in terms of garnering the number of votes that we're seeing. But again, the third force becoming second force story is still again still in perspective, although this time around
this local government it looks different.
Yes,
but again, another thing to note here is a very wide margin from the APC over the other political parties. Quite a very quite clear defeat in that area.
Absolutely. I think the margin here is a commanding lead.
But the APC seems to have a very strong base in Ikere.
Yes, absolutely. We see it in the gap, in the margin with which the other parties were left behind by the APC candidates.
So it looks as if that the situation here in Ikere is quite different from other local government areas. All right, let's quickly move to another local government area, looking at Ekiti West local government results, and the margin here also is quite staggering between the APC, the PDP, and the Social Democratic Party.
Yes, so the APC again looks in a commanding position here in Ekiti West, and it's clear that this candidate of the APC, Abiodun Oyebanji, actually was really able to convince the voters that he's the man for the job.
The APC has a very strong hold on Ekiti West, as we can see there. We don't have the figures for the ADP, but it does appear that she did quite well too. And moving on from Ekiti West, we have Emure local government area, where the same scenario playing on Emure local government area, with the APC leading and the votes in that local government area.
Absolutely, it's yet another commanding lead. It's close to like around 4,000, 5,000 votes between the APC candidate and the closest rivals, talking about the SDP and the PDP. So it's also very clear here that the APC has carried the day in this local government.
Yes, Ijero is the next local government on display, where we have quite a very large result there from the APC over the other political parties.
Absolutely. I think this election also kind of demonstrates that unlike in 2014, where the candidate of the APC, who's the sitting governor, lost the election in 16 local governments. This time around, it seems to have been able to convince the electorate that his protege is the right man for the job, and that seems to be playing out in the results we are seeing.
Okay, the SDP having an edge over the PDP again in okay, now we've moved on to
yes.
The Rekbodu Ifelodun local government area, and
yet another commanding lead.
Another commanding lead.
Yes,
and also the SDP having an edge over the PDP.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Well, I don't know, the number of votes there, 13,125. That's quite a large one compared with the other party that came second. We're just getting 5,010 votes.
Yes, and then the PDP coming third in this local government with 4,712 votes, and Kemi Elebuti held with 191 votes. So it's yet another resounding win for the APC.
Okay. There's we'll quickly move on to Moba local government area now. The APC candidate Abiodun Oyebanji scoring 11,609 votes in Moba local government area.
Absolutely, yet another big win. Maybe not the biggest, but another clear indication of the intent of the electorate. This is really a clear picture that again the APC was preferred in this local government.
Yeah, what do you think Engineer Segun Oni would be looking at now, saying that he had actually done very well beyond the expectations of many?
Yes, so he would apparently be thinking about what could have been if probably
there was an alliance.
Yes, there was an alliance, or he didn't have to depart the PDP to the SDP and then having to start from the scratch and all of that. But like I said, politicians should learn to understand that even when you don't win an election, there are some trends and patterns, not just in the elections but in the results that you can build on in the future. And so I think if SDP picks on that lesson, it could be in a position to stage an upset in future elections.
And now Kemi Elebute, the ADP candidate, would actually need to go back and study what needs to be done now to see how she can move further in the elections, having come this far.
Yes, absolutely. It's something really heartwarming to see women participate in the process. How to now translate that participation from just mere presence on the ballot to winning is the next big formula. You also recall that in Adamawa State, we have a woman on one of the major party tickets as we speak. And when you look at the decline in representation of women in the National Assembly, whether you talk about the Senate, you talk about the House of Reps, the 2019 general election saw a nosedive in terms of in the number of women elected, and you are now seeing that in the ongoing electoral process, women are now
gradually more women actually coming out. Now, okay, this is Oye local government. All right, we'll go back to Ado-Ekiti now. The Collation Center activities are resuming at Ado-Ekiti, and let's go back there and see what is going on there.
Hello, somebody has a comment there. Huh? Is it related to what we are doing? If it's not related, it must be related to what we are doing. If it's not related to the result that we are announcing or something that happened in then don't need to say it. Say it in another forum or fora. I said it has to be related to what we are collating. If it's general on something, then it's not related to what we are saying. Okay, take microphone and ask your question.
My name is Honorable Lesono. ABC Event Party. ABC, African Democratic Congress Party. What happened yesterday in the state? It's quite unfortunate. I think that we are expecting to have polling units center, but we have buying center. I think that we're supposed to have polling unit center. Yes. But here in the state, we have vote buying center.
Vote what?
Vote buy. Yeah. I need to say this, sir. Here's what really happened yesterday in town, not the local government. By the time your collector officer came here to deliver their report, you had something from them, if there is any conciliation result or on the 10th report, they say yes. But there is no color that we can pay without any vote by report. I need to tell you, if there is any solution to this, that is what is going on in the state now. There must be solution to it, sir. If we are expecting free and fair election from you, please, sir, what can we do to eradicate vote by? That was the solution to it, sir.
Will be arrested to face the wrath of the law. You will see that you have EFCC. They caught some people. Do you know they caught some people? So if those people that are record, we face the wrath of the law. That's how to eradicate it.
So, this provision from Alexa, it's okay. That's okay.
I'm registered. Thank you very much. I'm not a policeman. It's not a policeman. If you don't do that, go there. Must have to sign it. Should we bring it to you or you come to us? Okay, we put it on this paper. So party agents that are available, they sign their columns there. Please sign your column if you are available. Wait. Final result, am I there? Okay, wait, so that we know what to assign it. I'm going to read the total. Don't worry, we have not started. Nobody has signed. The total number of registered voters is 989. I'm going to call it twice, and I will be slow. 989,224. The total number of accredited voters is 363,438. 363,438. Then we are going to the parties now. Party A, 166. Party B, Party AAC, sorry. Okay. Sorry. Party AAC, 409. Party ADC, 5597. 5597. Party ADP, 3495. 3495. Party APC. Party APC 187057. 187057. Party APGA 376. 376. Party APF 290. Party APP 1980. 1980. Party LP 195. 195. Party NNPP 529. 529. Party NRM 347. 347. Party PDP 67457. 67457. Party PRP 856. Party SDP 82211. 82211. Party YPP 618. 618. Party ZLP 282. The total valid votes is 351865. Rejected votes is 8888. Then total votes cast is 360753. 360753. So the party can now sign. This help us put it there. Thank you very much. So I think the first party is A. Just look for your column. The column is underneath that document. Party A. Party AAC. Party AAC. Party ADC. ADC.
I signed it because of the APC.
ADP. Party APC. Party APGA. APGA. APF. APF. APP. LP. LP. Is LP here? NNPP. NRM. PDP. Is PDP here? Not here. PRP. SDP. Is SDP here?
I have a comment.
Please sign.
I'm not signing.
Then go. If you are not signing, leave.
I want it to be recorded that we are protesting against
ZLP. 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 If you are not signing, then why did you come out? Thank you very much. Can we have the document? Can you come and collect one copy of it? Party. Party A. Very much. Party A is ADP, you sign, yes, come and collect one document. Nobody signed again. Cause any problem here. Don't cause any problem. This thing has been going there. It's actually going smoothly. But for that, it's not something. So not to complain. It's not here. It's not here. This is from ECHE. This is from ECHE. For declaration, you see that it is intact. Is it intact? How you can see? Let me stand up. Okay. Want to take the snapshot? Okay, no problem. Have you taken it? Come on. That is life. Yes. Please give them more water. Only water that is here. This is the form plan. Somebody took the snapshot, sir. Want to take this again? Okay, thank you. One 166. You pick up big net 166. Até o mono. Mata, vamos. 409. 97. 3495. This one is not 187. 187. 057. 376. 290. 1980. 195. 529. 47. 6, 7, 4, 5, 7. 6, 7, 4, 8, 5, 6. 8, 2, 1, 1. 8, 2, 1, 1. 6, 1, 8. 2, 8, 2. Alright, everything.
In words.
Yes.
My phone. I tell my mom. And then, mark the right into. I tell my body to right.